Brilliant. Okay. Pictures up together.
Hello. Hello.
So good morning.
Hello.
All quite ready. So a couple of process things which we'd like simply to remind you. We've got a very tight schedule, so 3 minutes. Thank you all very much. The slides were great. We had a look this morning. They're full of ideas, very enthusiastic. So what's going to happen is you'll come when you're called, yeah, by your number. The early ones will, for those who are going to leave early, that's fine. My colleague, my boss here, Alison, will stand up physically when you have to finish. We decided it's going to be a quiet. We're not going to shout out or sing. We're just going to stand up. And we have to be really disciplined with the time, right? 3 minutes. During the morning, we'd like you to do us a favor. So thank you very much for the review and evaluation questionnaire that you did yesterday of the whole course. But we're going to send you in the file a further request because the DST wants some feedback on the individual sessions. So if you just look during the morning, would be really helpful. Choose of the sessions that you'd like to comment on. You don't have to do them all. Pick the sessions. You'll see from the file. Is it easy accessible?
Yeah.
A review of the sessions just to make a few comments or tick a few boxes. Mostly box ticking, isn't it?
Yeah,
And we don't see it, so it's not for us to see, but so that we'll have some data that says, well, the session when we looked at leaders as negotiators, how did you feel about that? You like that? Or the session that we looked at on soft power, well, we didn't like that. You know, that would be useful. So if you could do a further assessment, that would be good. You're scientists, you know the importance of feedback and so forth. Thirdly, we've also been asked something that we didn't know, that we've been asked to choose the 3 best presentations this morning. Now, Alice and I discussed this at length last night. We do not want to choose the 3 best. It's not the purpose of the exercise. The purpose of the exercise is part of your personal journey, as you know, and your peer assessment. But we've been asked to provide 3. So what we're going to do is we're going to ask you to choose. And it's going to be very simple and all hidden. It's not about celebration or anything else. So each presentation is numbered. The first one is number 1. So there's no magical mystery, right? So as you go through, what we want you to do is just give us your feedback on a piece of paper with 3 numbers of the 3 ones that you thought really worked very well. It's not a competition between you, but it's the highlight. Now, why are we doing this? Because there are large numbers of cohorts doing this program across India, as you know. There are at the moment 6, there may be more. And we'd like to capture examples that we can share and use so that we're all learning together. And I think that's a very good system, very good system. So if you would all vote 3 numbers, you can include yourself. If you think yours is the best, there's absolutely no problem.
Yeah.
We won't know. Nobody will know. I would. So, 1, 15 and 23. These were my favorite. And just collect those. We'll collect those papers in, and then we can send off to the organisers, the 3 that you have chosen. We're going to call these the people's choice. It's not Mike and Alison's choice, it's your choice, all right? So that's the only change from yesterday. So we're ready to go.
Yeah, or just to think about maybe if we're running it.
Go on.
In
Oh, yes. There is other news that we had yesterday that there's some discussion now about continuing the programme, but taking some people to the UK to do a programme of visits and further work there. This is still being developed and there's no news about it, but I would be really grateful to have data from you as if you would be able to do that as an individual. So I'm assuming, maybe I'm wrong, I'm assuming you'd all like to come to the UK as an extension. So that's a default position. If anyone can't, because of family or commitment or really would find it very difficult, then let us know. Otherwise, we'll assume everyone would be wished to be considered for a UK programme. Is that, in other words, instead of my asking each of you in turn, just let me know during the morning, or Alison, if it's just not going to work for family, or I'm too busy with my research, or it just wouldn't work. We don't know the dates, but it might be a couple of weeks in March or April. It'll be soon, but other people are organising this. We're just feeding them the information. So if any of you cannot go, let us know. That will help you being asked and having to explain and so forth. But we'll assume everyone will come. I hope everyone's possible to do, if that's how it's organised. Good. Let's start then.
Yeah, as you say. Okay, we're going to go in the order of the slide. So number 1 is, and so this will be 1 for marking, 1, and then it's 2, 3 onwards. And it's Punya, Pooja. Sorry, Pooja. So sorry, I'm so sorry. So I'm going to start timing now. And like I said, I will stand up actually in front of you.
Change it to here.
A tip, if you're talking, it's a tip. You could put your timer on your phone.
Okay.
That would be really useful because then it helps you.
Hold on.
Okay, welcome. Very excited at this moment. I'm going to hand the time over to my colleague here, and the timing starts where
Should I move to the slide first?
this slide is up.
A very good morning. So today I have chosen a topic on communication, a leader's superpower. Think a leader who can, like Abdul Kalam, like Narendra Modi, the Indira Nui, they just not communicate, they connect, they inspire, they transform. So that's the power of communication. So a leader just not make decision, he make its people believe in that decision. So why do we need a good communication? A good communication build trust and credibility in your team. It aligns teams to your goals. It helps encourage collaboration. It avoids conflicts and also misunderstanding within the team. And it also builds confidence in your team. So a good leader, what are the ways a good leader can communicate? So for a good leader to communicate, the leader should be able to first listen to its team and then speak with the confidence, and also tell these stories when he's giving some instruction or decision, tell the stories, have anecdotes, and also adapt to the communication. So that's a very important skill a leader should have. There are three pillars of powerful leadership communication. There should be very clarity in what you are conveying as a leader. There should be empathy. There should be inspiration. So with all these skills, with our words, we can move our people into the action. So that is the power of communication. We have very good example in our country, like Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. He connected several constituencies and made India. So that was the power of our leader, which made happen in past. और हमारे यहाँ पे कहावत है, जो अच्छा बोलना जानता है, वो आधी लड़ाई वैसे ही जीत लेता है. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much and inspiring. Number 2, please. So when you see your slide come up. Very good.
We've set a high standard here.
Yeah, that's a really good thing. So when you leave, press so that next person.
Next slide.
Thank you. I'd like to hand over to.
Again, Pooja. Same name. Same name.
Oh, thank you.
Which is helpful. Like,
Should I use this?
like the.
I think it's good.
My-
Just so you get used to it. Right. When I say go, welcome to our next presenter. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Pooja, and I will be talking about synthesizing leadership in academia. Research shows that in academia, there are 3 different types of leadership. One is dependent, other is independent, and third one is interdependent. So dependent leadership is hierarchical. It has a clear structure and the decision is taken from the top. But it has less innovation. In the independent leadership is the most common leadership in academia, where academics work independently and develop themselves. There is more innovation, but it can lead to silos. And then comes the interdependent leadership, where departments and academicians talk with each other. There is more collaborative research, interdisciplinary research, but it can lead to conflict and it has slow decision time process. So the question is, which leadership an organization or an institute or an individual should work on? My thesis here says that it should be synthesis of all the 3. I'll give you an example. In an institute where you want to work with a lot of students or do some financial management, it is good to have a dependent kind of leadership because then the decisions are taken faster. When you are an early career researcher, it is good to be an independent researcher and develop yourself and make yourself expert in your chosen area of interest. But as you move from early career research to mid-career research, it is good to start interacting with people and make yourself an interdependent researcher. Okay, so now when to choose which one of these 3 different leadership skills, it comes with the knowledge about yourself, knowledge about the team, knowledge about the institute, knowledge about the vision which you are looking for, right? As a philosopher said, where the knowledge is the leader of the action, synthesis happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. These are just so wonderful. Right. You press slide number 3, please. Resmi. Welcome, Resmi. Thank you. And I'll hand the time over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Reshmi Sebastian from IIT Roper. I have chosen the topic making difficult conversation. First, let's see what is a difficult conversation. So, as the name indicates, this is the dialogue that has a potential for a conflict or discomfort. And sometimes, and most of the times, we want to avoid it because we fear that this may end up in a negative outcome. And also it may disrupt our relations as well. So therefore, we tend to avoid such conversations. And basically, there are many reasons why we avoid such conversations. One is we are fear of the outcome that I have already mentioned. And sometimes it would be due to the past experiences we have. And sometimes we might have had some negative outcomes that we had in the past. So therefore, we are fearful that it may get repeated. And also, rather than getting a positive outcome, we will be getting a negative outcome. So we are fearful of the negative outcome and we don't want to get into an unpleasant situation. And also, in a difficult conversation, most of the times, we may have to speak to your seniors with whom we are not in good relation, and but that is absolutely necessary for your growth, but still we would be in a difficult situation where I should go ahead or not. And that is one situation. And another situation is where you have to discuss the performance of our colleague, and we may end up in some emotional moments, and therefore we want to avoid that cases. And now let's speak about the benefits of making a difficult conversation. First one is stress relief. Either positive or negative, we need an outcome, of course. And sometimes, and most of the cases, it may have a positive outcome, which we had never expected. But in that case, we are on we are not the benefiting side. And of course, it will end up in some personal growth, and this may lead to some good collaborations. And of course, this will be benefiting your growth, of course. And now, and also the reason why we are avoiding this is our cultural background too. As in an Indian scenario, women are brought up in such a way that you have to be well disciplined, you have to avoid confrontation, you have to behave well, you have to avoid conflicts. So this is the mental background that we have, and this is what we restrict ourselves from speaking up our mind. Okay, now here are some tips on making difficult conversations. First, we should be really clear on our objectives, what you want and what you how to get it out of the other person. And in that case, you should be confident enough. If you point out if you list out the points why you want it, then you will have a better clarity on where to move ahead. And then speak confidently, and always be ready with the possible questions from the other person and be ready with the answers. And even if it goes negative, control your emotions and prepare well for the next step. Thank you.
No. It's someone more, it just seems to just. Yeah, I just tried it. Try it on. Yeah.
Just. Yeah, perfect. It's Priya. Priya. Okay, Priya, and it's finished already. I start for you.
Good morning, all. So when a topic was to be chosen, I thought my own experience would be the best thing to share with you. So I thought I'll talk about motivating the team. Actually, 2 years back, I was given a new assignment. I was in the design division. Then I was transferred into production, and with a new assignment that I would be the section head there, and I was allotted 2 new engineers. So it was a totally new game for me and a totally new game for them also. So we kind of learned together to traverse through the experience. So from that, whatever I learned, I have incorporated in my slide. So first thing, whenever they are stuck or they are having a difficulty in identifying a path, a way, the one experience which I found useful is quoting my own experiences from my journey. But I always tried saying things which are in wherein I failed also, because always if you talk about your success stories, it kind of sounds boasting. So it's better that you list down things where you have failed also. That is also a lesson. Then at times I have felt that there is a need for pep talk. Sometimes the energy of the team is down. Sometimes they are lost in the woods. So at times you need to be positively talking to them, encouraging them. You can do it. You will be the best. We will find a way together. But at times I have seen there is a need for negative talk also, because if they are complacent, I have to tell them that you are drifting away from the path. So that also has seen both ways. Next is avoid micromanaging. Like we have a tendency to go behind because as we are not the one executing our task, we have no idea as to where it is progressing to. So there is a tendency in the leaders to go behind and find whether really things are happening or not. But that will curtail their freedom of thinking and execution. So I have taken a stand to be patient and when set milestones. If they are not coming up to that milestones, only then I intervene. Next is looking up to successful leaders and their experiences. Like we do not have the answers for all the questions. So at times it is better to look into others' experiences also. Next is ask the team's opinion. I have found that we need not always be the preachers. We can get the opinions from them also. And I have found the youngsters have much better ideas than we do because they are in a background of technology and newer development. So they have better ideas in my experience. Then understand the interest of each team member. Everybody may not possess all the qualities needed for the team. Somebody may be good at communicating, somebody may be good at interpersonal skills. So accordingly, we have to assign the task. So reassign the task based on their interests and allot time for boring routine activities also, because that's also important as doing the new ideas and projects. Thank you.
Brilliant, brilliant. I loved how you were like, right, I'm going to, brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you. That was excellent. Right. Okay. Number. Nisha. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I've just chosen the topic. A true leader is empathetic towards others. So we all know that a leader requires being empathetic to our colleagues, our peers, who is working with us. So what does it gain? It gains us, helps us to build trust, have stronger relationships, have a positive work environment, and increase productivity. But is a leader always empathetic? Can a leader be always empathetic? This is one question which comes into the mind. That was the first thing which came into my mind when I saw this sentence. That okay, whether it is true that a leader can be always empathetic, because there are certain situations like there will be some tough organizational changes happening, there will be some milestones which we have set aside, which we have to, that target we have to achieve. So in that scenarios it becomes very challenging for a leader to be. So a true leader or effective leader, it is a balance actually for that person to maintain, to have a balance between being empathetic and also to have a strategic thinking, and also to think about what is the outcome expected and to deliver it on time. So yeah, that is my conclusive. I don't require 3 minutes to say that. Yeah. Yeah.
No, you're very wise. That's the way to present, isn't it? When you've got your message across. Thank you. Next one is Carl Palmer. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Kalpana Chaudhary from IIT BHU. I'm going to present my talk on women leadership, how to attain and sustain. So how to attain a good leadership as a woman? We as a woman already had the inherited property of all these 6 C's, that is courage, confidence, creativity, collaboration, and creativity. So courage brings confidence. If we have confidence, then we can clearly present our communication skills. And if we clearly present ourselves, if we clearly communicate, then we can have a wider collaboration and we can form a better team to work with. And if we have a good team, then we can provide creative outcomes out of that team. And so all these 6 C's are already present in the women. So we women are actually good leader, but to become a effective leader, we require mentorship also. So at workplace, we require some mentorship, we require some guidance, and we require that our work or our qualities should be taken up forward to get the good position as the leader. So these are apart from 6 C's, we require some mentorship also, means and networking also to become a effective leader. Now, how to sustain as an effective leader? To sustain as an effective leader, we require a good effective negotiation. Effective negotiation means what we want, how to achieve our goal with the better negotiation, so as to get a win-win situation between two teams. So that is effective negotiation, and that can only be done if we have a diversified team and we be ourselves, what we are. So by that way, we would be confident and we would be able to have a better negotiation skills. Second is mentorship. So we as a leader must, as an effective leader, must provide better mentorship to the mentees, to the team members. We should care for our team members. We should be empathetic towards our team members to have the better outcome of the teamwork. Third one is time management. We as a woman are multitasking, so we have to prioritize our time, and we have to prioritize our goals, that what we want to achieve, and we should give full time to it to get to achieve those goals. So time management is another important aspect that need to be considered while delivering the role of effective leader. Be adaptive. Be ready to give those results. So these are some skills leader. We need to be effective leader. That's it. Thank you very much.
Very good point. Thank you so much. Thank you.
want to add, now we all are women, mostly leaders in our field. If we all come together, we can break all the biases, we can break all the stereotype thinking, and we can create a much better world for everybody. Thank you. And thank you, Mike and Harrison, also for taking us a new word of leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Well done. Thank you so much. Thank you. I think we're on number 10. Number 10. So Divya. Is that right? Divya. Divya. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So the last 3 days has been a good reflection for me personally. So all this time, like during the course of the training program, I kept reflecting my life and how my career was taking me, the growth of my career. It's not very long, it's only 12 years. So, but still, so I felt sharing the people who inspired me personally during the course of my career. So these are some of the qualities which I admired from the people who I worked with. So the first thing I want to say is a leader having a vision and how important it is to take the organization in a better growth path. So every organization to start with will have a vision and mission, but the leaders will keep changing. And if each leader will keep having their own goals and vision, the organization will go nowhere. It will be a chaos. So every leader who's coming and taking the tenure, their vision should be aligned to the organization goals. If that is the case, the organization will go smooth and successful like most of the organization in our country. And also, once the vision is clear, then a leader should see the progress periodically to ensure everyone on the ground are in the same path. And that is must for the consistent growth and to be inclusive. With gender and type of people, the character of people. Sometimes we need very sincere people, sometimes we need joyful people. So all such characters should be there to have a better quality of work and to create the opportunity. So that is something a leader will take. Create new opportunity for every individual for their own growth. And also conflict management is something very critical because in a research field, collaboration is something we can't avoid. That is must to have better research quality. But when multiple organizations come together, we can't avoid conflict. That will definitely be there. But a good leader, how he or she is managing the conflict matters a lot without spoiling the relationship as well as taking it in the right direction. And encourage to take risk, and that is very important for younger people who are starting the career because there may be people who are having hesitation. So we should encourage them to take risks, and so that will lead to innovation basically. And also, if there is anything that goes wrong, there has to be a calmness. That is very important before acting or reacting to it. And also connect with people irrespective of the hierarchy is very important for a leader. And I just want to tell a last note. All these are men for me. All this career, I never had a woman a leader above me. Like like my first job, I was like 1 in 100. It was an R&D. The total population is 100 people. I was the only woman. So it was like that to start with. So I'm very happy to see such a wonderful people here from women, so all over the country. But I feel like this, the mentorship from the women is also important at this point to inspire girls who are just entering the career or who are even just studying. So we need to speak up more and we need to come ourselves outside to be more encouraging to those girls as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. No, thank you. Thank you. So the next one is number 11, Remia. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Remya from Incois, Hyderabad. I'm here to share my thoughts on traits that define a great leader. Leadership is not about the authority or power. Leadership is about the vision, impact, and the values. So today I want to share you the 6 important traits a leader should have, as highlighted by one of the greatest visionaries of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. According to Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, a leader should have broad vision. A leader should think beyond the present and work for the future. The second is courage to explore the unexplored. A leader should travel an unexplored path and find new territories. The third is the ability to manage both success and failure. So a leadership is tested not in success but in the failure. A great leader owns the failure, but he or she gives the credits when in the case of his success to his team. And fourth one is courage to take decisions. A leader should take bold decisions without any hesitation. And the fifth one is nobility in management. All the actions of a leader should be transparent, and he should lead with integrity and succeed with it. A great leader is a role model too. And Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam is a perfect example. For example, he inspired me, and my niece my niece admires him, and my daughter, just 12 years old, is a great fan of him. So how incredible it is to inspire 3 generations. And I believe that's the success of a true leader. A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. So I conclude my talk by quoting Simon. Leadership is not rank. Leadership not about the position. Leadership is decision, and it's a choice. And I leave you a thought, what kind of leader you will be, a role model or a great, or just a leader. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're now brilliant.
So good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Rosalind from IIT BHU. So I will be talking a little bit, as we have 3 minutes. I'll be talking on women leaders in STEM. Basically, if I will define it, I will say the person is having the confidence and courage to act. So whoever all are present here, we are confident. But what is lacking here is we are not do the conversation strategically. If I will go that conversation, I mean the confidence and courage, and we are talking about 3 C's, which is are the fundamental steps. And the first step, if I'll say, confidence, it shows a capability to steer conversation strategically. Women, I know, we will talk an hour and hours, but we never talk strategically. We cannot pitch to that person what we wanted to. But apart from that, everything, house, this thing, that thing, all gossiping, all we will do. Even if yesterday, if I'll say, we were gossiping till 1 a.m. But still, I do not know some of my, with whom I was talking, I do not know her name. So that is our, we are in that stage actually. Again, the second thing is we can take the risks of embracing change. Of course, it is very much required. Then can empower others. So by acting, by our actions, we can empower others. But we will see this should be done, this should be done, this should be done. But what we are doing, we should be the role model for others to acknowledge us. Then they can collaborate well and learn and enlist support from others. First thing is, we are very bad at networking. For the first thing, why I am here is for the first and foremost reason that I need networking. But apart from this networking, I have done everything, shopping, everything. Okay. And if we will have the networking, I know somebody, but I will be hesitate to help somebody that I know that person from electrical, but I cannot say, because we are not speaking so much of time, because we are relaxed here. Whenever we will go to our workplace, we will be busy or we will be assigned with loads of works, not only academically. personally also household course. So many things. We have to buy gajar. We have to buy, grocery. We have to also do the homework of our baby. We have to also send her to school. So many things will be there. So we cannot, at a particular time when somebody is asking help from me, I cannot, it will not click automatically. Okay, I know some persons who is working on your area. So there I miss, and we cannot also talk so many, we cannot we cannot talk so many times like with the phones and all. We will not do gossiping and all. We have there our phone somewhere and we are somewhere. Apart from that, communication, the first thing is actively listening to others, which I am very bad at it. I will speak always. I will have something to speak. I will not give time what you are saying. If I will listen also now, I will listen likewise. Okay, it will go over me. I will not go to your real problem. Okay, whenever we have to be a good listener, we have to understand your situation, being at your situation. Then creativity can find innovative solution that might overlook. So the fundamental takeaway from this program, I have the 3 C's on which I will definitely work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
Well done. Excellent. Thank you. Yeah.
Just go and ask her for whatever details you need and she will facilitate that. And I would really, really appreciate if we keep silence in the room because it will affect the recording.
It's just about. Yeah. This is 13. Yeah. Let me just, I think we're all right. Yes, definitely. Yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
So, good morning, everyone. I'm Rashmi. I'm from NSS Trivandrum. I'll be speaking on confidence to forge ahead. So, there are different n number of problems or difficulties we'll face in our day-to-day life in the administration level or in the scientific level. So, the confidence word I will attribute to the word of hard work. Well, when we'll have a persistent hard work or consistent hard work, we'll gain the confidence by within ourselves, and the vision we are keeping it and the topmost vision, whatever the problems, whatever the both scientific and administrative level, whatever the problems which comes to us, when we'll have a clear vision on the top of our head, we'll automatically gain the strength to move forward. And next is the coordination. I'll put as a and believe in your abilities. Coordination comes when in a situation when I do realize that in a problems in our institutional life and comes, it mostly comes from within the institution itself. And if you have a problem, the solution will also come from within that solution. So we have to coordinate our people and to being considerative and trust from our teamwork, so that we'll get a best out of solution from within that. So I will keep a pyramid structure where we will have a problem in the scientific as well as administrative way. Administration has given a lot of rules and regulation that will also provide a solution in one way, and scientific way I am sure all of us standing here have good scientific understanding to clear out of a problem that we are facing in a day-to-day life. And the down the line I'll keep a most empathetic solution. Empathetic solution mostly I really feel that we'll not be able to catch up to being in an organization, will not be able to be empathetic. We can say we are empathetic, but there is no action. I can only listen. I can only say like a proper listener, or I can hear, but maybe I cannot give you solutions to being in a institutional setup. And down the lane, I will also add one more word that is a relationship. Maybe you will not see a relationship from one person to the next person to me, but down the line we should always keep a good relationship. Maybe it's a negative also, but being communicative and being a strong relationship maintaining in a institutional or organization level will also help you to move ahead with the problems that we are facing. So with that I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Thank you. And we're keeping to time brilliantly. It's almost, is it almost 10 o'clock and we're halfway through? Keep going. 5 minutes.
So good morning to all. So while coming here, with the inspiring talks which we had in the previous days, I was actually in a dilemma which topic to be selected, because all were equally important and equally should be addressed to. So being leading a team in my organization, I thought this feedback in leadership is one which I have to mention, of course. So feedback is actually a powerful tool which is very much required for effective leadership. So it is actually a aid which is required both in professional as well as in the personal growth, which is in an organization. It actually motivates, inspires, and also it builds trust within the members. And above all this feedback will enhance or we can take up the actual potential of our colleagues, which is there inbuilt within them. So when talking on this feedback, I thought I should mention on that something like how the feedback should be. It should be like, it should be specific. Like it should not be that we are focusing on only the fault of what has happened. It should be that along with that, we should give a suggestion and how it can be improved. Another one is a balanced approach. That is, we can have criticism or the feedback can be optimistic. But of course, don't forget that you have to acknowledge what the work has been done, or you have to acknowledge this, or you should owe that yes, he has done, and he should be appreciated. Another thing is regular and systematic. It's not that once in a while we go for a feedback or something like that. Be systematic, so that in real time basis, you can have how the improvement to that work can happen. It's not that once in a while, okay, you can have a feedback like that. It should be very much systematic. And above all this, one of the most important which should be practiced is two-way communication. It's not that leader himself is coming in, going on blabbering. It's that you have to take equal opportunity should be given to the team member so that he will be inspired, and at the same time that syncing of team will be happening. And one more thing is that to have a healthy team or a team spirit, say no to egos and also stop targeted criticism that should be fully prohibited inside a teamwork. And okay, my friends, feedback is not just a tool of correction. It is actually a foundation for the leadership success. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you. So we have, thank you.
Good morning, all of you. I have a small story to tell. From day before yesterday onwards, I was little bit preoccupied and I had a great concern. That was regarding, I'm being the head of the department. I had been organizing an international conference, and all of a sudden, last minute, I had to postpone the schedule. And for that, lot of hard work was already done. There were many guests were invited, and thousands of mails are sent already. And I'm already stuck here in this particular program, and I had to immediately act upon. How am I going to handle this? And that's what I said, okay, what is exactly that I'm going to focus on this? Why am I organizing this conference at all? And so I try to pick up what are my deliveries? What is my focus? My focus was to basically, I was trying to give a platform for my own women students to, encourage them in their own research. So that was very clear, and I didn't want to give up that. And whatever things that were not of my plate, there were many things that were bothering at that particular moment. What is the thing that I can take away, and what is the thing that I need to really immediately focus upon? So I was able to segregate the things and so on, and then qualify the hurdles. I try to see what are the bigger hurdles which I can easily do with my team. What are the things that I need to go higher up and then take the help further. And I try to communicate quickly, and then I try to sort out all the things. And then there was a lot of noise, even from my own department, my student body committees and so on, saying that we can't change this. Please convince the management that we are going to fix that, and all lot of things that were happening. I had already sent a lot of invites. How am I going to do that? If the guests are not going to come, what am I going to do? All there was a lot of things that were running in my mind. I said, okay, we have no choice, but we have to postpone the things, and let's put on our feet and say how we are going to focus further. That's what I try to see, that eliminate all the noises that were coming in my mind, but try to focus what I need to do that. And then raise the red flag whenever it's not going. Like there were some voices that are coming up very, very negative, that we can't go, or there are these resources are not available on that particular day, these persons were not, so who can replace them, and kind of things. So I immediately try to put my foot down and say that, okay, this is what we are going to do, and I try to alert people and so on, and push to the limits what I and my team can perform to the maximum in the shortest limited possible time that I was there. So believe me that I had done attending this session yesterday whole day. At the same time, I was trying to communicate and try to fix the thing, and we are ready now. And this everything was resonated from yesterday Annapurni ma'am's session. All these points were taken from her. I was so much said, this is what I was going through, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Fantastic. Number 16, Dr. Shumama. Second. Yeah, as to say, there's only, yeah, the last slide is this one. I think so. We'll come back to that. So this will be number 17. 17. Bindia. Yeah. And what time? We're finishing after 20. So whoever's 20, we're stopping. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am Bindia from CSAR CLRA. And let me start the topic with one size fits all. So this is the expectation from our women, and each and everyone expect that she should be perfect in each and every parameters, and the same applies for a leader also. So each and everyone in an institute, they just think that my leader should fit in all the parameters. He should be empathetic, he should be so confident, he should be having the ethical, moral, and all those so many talks what we are talking about, so on. So, but I feel so key. There are several parameters what a leader should have. But the important thing, what should be there in a leader or in a particular individual also, that is ethical. And ethics will lead to a ethical leadership. So for that, there should be some of the parameters, like for example, integrity. That integrity will lead to the foundation of the trust, the empathy which connects the team, the accountability which is which will be giving the courage to take the responsibility, the courage which is having the prioritizing the long-term well-being of the institution, fairness which is having the treating each and everyone in an equal manner, and professional competence and due care which lead our institute in a proper manner, because there won't be any conflict, because my leader is knowing that what I am, my leader is knowing what she is or what he is. So based on the experience, the expertise, the leader is deciding what role and where she or he can be fit. So these are the qualities of a particular leader, which each and everyone, that they have the expectation. So same, I am also having the expectation to my leader, my institute leader, that he should be knowing that. But the most important thing,
the thing is building trust, integrity, and accountability. This is the most important thing. Even though if your leader is not there around you, even though if these qualities are there, you have the faith, you have a trust that he or she will be taking care of me. So that is more important. And it is not about the leader, it is about each and every individual, that in a relationship also, if I know my counterpart, my friend, my colleague, if we have trust, faith, so that there is no need to meet each other also, we can have a healthy discussion, healthy atmosphere anywhere, anytime. Thank you so much.
Perfect. If I can just dismiss it. Thank you, yes.
Number 18,
Yasmin. Doing so well with time. Right. Doing so well with time. I'm so impressed.
So a very good morning to all present here. Myself, Dr. Yasmin Khambati from CSIR CLRI, is here to talk about a little bit different approach, that is a synergistic approach for success, combining two types of leadership. One is transformational leadership and the other is mindful leadership. Okay, so from all the leadership styles that are actually known till now, I think transformational leadership is the one which is considered as most effective, mainly driven by the innovative environment in which it is applied, right? So this particular transformational leadership is well articulated by the 4 I's as it is seen on the right hand side of the slide, and it is accompanied by the 5 C's which follows. This particular kind of transformational leadership is empowered by Indra Nooyi, the ex-CEO of PepsiCo. She was in support of this kind of a combinational stuff. This particular transformational leadership is about inspiring your own team members by making them do more than what they expect from themselves. This is also about encouraging innovations, which brings a positive drive in the organization. And the third is it empowers and it actually challenges the team members to do better than what they can. So this is about the transformational leadership. The second one is basically the mindful leadership, which is more focused on self-awareness and on emotional intelligence. So it is well proven actually that these kind of leaders are fully in control of their emotions, which helps them to actually take decisions which are more appropriate because they are calm, they are they are having a less amount of stress. So it helps them take the challenges and address the challenges with more clarity and with more clarity. Yeah. So what I actually feel is integrating both the kind of leadership, because both of them is important from an organization point of view. So integrating both the kind of leadership will give an holistic approach, which actually leverages both the leadership styles. They are actually complementing each other, right? And this will ultimately lead to the benefits like increased and a very clear vision. It will bring in innovation, it will bring in changes, it will be they will be more resilient, and the decision making will be improvised. At this particular stage, I can recall of 2 leaders. One is Roshni Nadar Malhotra. She is the chairperson of HCL Technologies. And the second one is Indra Nooyi, who is the CEO again. They have been emphasizing this both styles of leadership. And lastly, I close by saying that if your actions actually inspire somebody to dream big, to learn big, to do big, and to achieve big, you're already an effective leader. Thank you.
Good, very good. Excellent. Brilliant. Thank you. It's Sangeeta, and this is number 19. Brilliant. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I've chosen a very important topic is leadership and emotional intelligence. We all know leadership is a quality that has been inculcated that leaves an impact for greater good. Now, for for being an effective leader, we need to inculcate or harness some qualities within ourselves. And one of the most important factor to be an effective leader is the emotional intelligence. Now, what is emotional intelligence? The emotional intelligence is a quality that is to manage our emotions and to identify the others' emotions also. Like we all are connected to each other through different emotions. But what happens is we have seen in most of the factors, the effective leaders fail in these aspects because we tend to get carried away by the emotions of others, especially we women are very mild and soft-hearted. So we usually, what happens that we get carried away whenever someone comes to us, we get involved in that emotion. So we need to have a strong mindset, a stable mindset, so that we can help others in their emotions. Like emotional intelligence help us to build self-awareness, self-regulations, motivations, and the empathy to others. So in the long run, it helps to handle the conflict, the adaptability, and helps us to build the trust building. So I'd like to conclude that we have seen that leaders with high emotional intelligence can understand their colleagues better and enable the team to have higher efficiency. Thank you.
Much. Brilliant. Okay, it's Seema.
Good morning, all. I am Seema CS from Government College for Women, Trivandrum. My topic is how to overcome fear in difficult conversation. It's all from my experience. 20 years back, I was appointed as a junior engineer in All India Radio. I was appointed in Andhra Pradesh, completely different state, different language, different culture, etc. And I was learning theory all the way. And there we have to go to the application side. I was quietly unaware of what to do, how to, even how to make conversation also. Mainly why? Due to the fear of judgment, conflict, and failure. Judgment also, I was afraid what these people will think of me, what I'm doing, if it is correct or not. If I'm doing something wrong means it will go in air and everybody will be aware of it also. So how to overcome it? That was the main issue before me. So the first of all, we have to structure our thoughts and we have to collect all data, how to do, how to process it one by one, step by step. And all the necessary data should be with us. And more important, the communication techniques. Here we have been discussing the fourth C, the clarity. So we have to be a good listener and our communication should be clear also. I was saying they were the other people, they were not aware of it, what she's saying about. And I could not even understand what they are expecting from me. That was the main problem for me those days. And I was also it was a small station, about 15 employers, and I was the only lady member there. So that was also a burden for me to communicate. So The next point, learning from the experience and failures. I had many failures in the starting point. So step by step, learning from the failures, I could overcome all the hurdles and be staying present and focused also, and to understand the other person's viewpoint. That was very important. I could also be in success in that point also. So getting away these fear of judgment, or what others will think of you, whether I will be correct, whether what I am saying is correct, whether I could adapt other person's ideology and all. Getting all these fears, getting rid of, we can be a good leader and be a good team spirit also. Thank you.
Exactly on time. That was excellent. Great. So shall we come back at 10 minutes? Yes, so come back in 10 minutes. Those have got to leave. Brilliant. I was just going to say, and if there's anyone who's presenting without a slide, can you let me know? I put names at the bottom, but just let me know. Yes, I couldn't find yours, so don't worry. I'll just put you. I can add it. It's just send it. Yeah, just add it to the Google Doc. Yeah. Don't worry about it at all. No, I know, and I was like, I knew there was 2 missing, and I didn't know which 2. You are.
I think that's something that I got time to feedback.
It's entirely right. You're taking away from it by looking at the different accounts. Actually, they're very good. They're very, very good.
Yes, certainly. So you are. I must see. Great, right, okay, I just go to yes. So what I said, let me get your slide up as well, because then I. As well. So what I said is that you've got a full time savings. Just so you know. I don't want to say that it was the 2 things that we stood up made it. It's not a very strong problem savings. Immediately you captured it. And then the other thing that you did very well was you used this slide to emphasize your content. So you read it, you said here's statement, but now I'm going to expand on it. So that's quite difficult to do, because most people just repeat this on the slide, but you really use this slide to further your content. So they were my 2 main feedbacks. In terms of you presented very well, you were clear, you finished exactly on time. I couldn't actually comment. If you want me to find something, I can't really find anything that would say that you would do differently, because, and you also had a very clear beginning, middle and end. And that's a preference. I like a slide I like a presentation that you start on clearly, finish on the end. So yeah, very good, very good. Thank you so much. Yes, on this one. Yes, so. Yes.
It would be good if they had something to say.
You are we're at 29. Right at the end. You're not at the end anymore because it's more people after you.
Actually, yesterday you gave me a suggestion. I thought of adding it, that I couldn't do, so I didn't send it.
It automatically the speaker. Yeah. The speaker.
This morning I realized that I'm going to. So I just sent that. Yes.
So with yours, I said very strong start. It was very engaging start, immediately into it. Strong, very visually captured. And so that, so you had a lot to say, but you didn't try and say, you let the visual say it, and you concentrated very clearly on it. And you did have one of the comments. Yes, strong presentation. So, only feedback that's going to be one of the feedback I will give you is at the end, you finished really strongly, and then you said, you got a little bit like, oh, I've got more to say. No, you said everything you needed to say. You said it strongly and clearly. Don't ever apologise. That's the only feedback I can give is that everything else I think was a very good it's very useful content. So yeah, they should be very pleased. So yeah, so excellent job. So yours did so well.
And you chose us, I hope.
Because when you finish, you need to knock that. You finish strongly and then
Most engaging conversation.
Oh, I
between
finished.
such stories.
You said what was in your head. You should just finish and gone. Because the thing is, you don't need to say more than you need to. You made your point. As academics, we think if we've got time to fill, we have to fill it. I tell you now, it's far more powerful to finish when you do that point. Oh, we should take it. So that was the modesty on your part, which you went. Right. So much. Also, you else did it yesterday. It was amazing. Reputationally really impressive. But she did the same thing at the beginning. She said, oh, I like to ask questions, but I'm not going to apologize. And I saw the other thing, immediately, let me know if people's expectations are there. And then I surpass it. And the other thing is
If we have that missing slide in there.
Very
because I'm not, I mean, my audio person is actually studying.
Yeah.
Too many answers.
Well, if you must go,
But he'll be here by 11. Okay. If you send us, set it up as like.
I'm going to, please have everyone's permission.
So well done.
All right.
Very well organized. Thank you. Thank you so much. It is a pleasure organizing anyone.
My slide was missing.
Okay, have you got it? You can send it?
It's not here. It's not here. Mine is also not.
You sent it already?
Yes.
I have it, yeah.
Okay, so I'll just.
And send it directly to Alex.
So let me expand on it. Obviously, my friend's comments.
Hello.
So I said, yes, I thought you were I thought this was very impressive. I was very impressed.
Is there anyone?
It was very good, and you really need to just making up. You used to storytelling, you become immediately drawn in. You were pretty good.
At the beginning of the.
Yeah. Exactly. And I think particularly I very well. So it was a very good fun. Someone very friendly, learning, and beautiful visuals to emphasize that story. Yeah, and I love that sustainable. I really love that sustainable. So yeah, I thought that was very good.
Which colleagues are coming?
And the thing is, if everyone's Any feedback on negatives? There's no negatives, and I'm not saying that to be nice. I genuinely thoroughly enjoyed it. It was very hard. Yeah. Very pleased with it. Yes, it's perfect. Yeah, and the points you made, and I love the stuff. Recipes. Yes. Well done. Thank you. Oh, right, I'm going to try some. Sorry, I'm just going to get some up. Thank you so much. Right.
Yes. Exploring proactions.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Engagements.
Yeah.
I think there are.
That was really something very sad. That's really quite. I did this with the exactly. So this one's very. Is it not such? But it should do.
No, I'm not at all. There is no rush. I'm just giving a heads up that colleagues might come and visit. Yeah. Whenever you get back. But thank you so much.
She's brilliant. And sent us, yeah, and some of the, I, the one you just sent me, which ones? Yeah, that would be a memo. This yours. Next to this. Oh, is it that? Right, okay, I'm going to send it. Sorry, excuse me, we've got more slides. Yeah, yeah, so I just want to see which love I'm going to check for you.
Someone has sent one last.
Yeah, they've sent those.
This one.
No, we had two more.
Oh, can you?
Yeah, I'll email them to us. Shall I email you the? If not, they're, so if I email this.
Meeting you.
Not yet.
Engage on.
Just do it. Just got your email. Last word is
The next one.
That's good. That's good. Yours is there. Yours is there. We'll bring you. We have it. So you got it on here.
And then
I just check.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, yeah, massive emerging technologies going to the future. So there'll be a lot of balance engagements. We want so much to do.
I want to send it out. So I'm going to send it out without a subject. Yeah, but it always on. Brilliant. So that should.
Yours now.
Yeah, you should. I'm just going to check because we just resent it. So we should be. Your one, yeah.
Good.
Yeah, we're all good. We've got 30. Hey, it's good, isn't it? Really good. So and then there is really
Have coffee at 11:45.
I think so, yes. We didn't anticipate this break, otherwise.
No, but we're just letting them have a moment because again, it's a
Done
lot.
really well. We've got 20 done, so we've got 12.
Yeah, well, so.
And then we have 10 minutes. You can coffee at 11:45. We'll have Jen back up with comments.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, actually, I kept it till 11:45 because the. Because there, we have it here.
Can I check?
Yes.
Can I down and see?
Yeah.
That's fine.
And I think that's what we're going, one can I go?
So-
So have to.
Yes, summarize.
Yeah, because there was, I've done individual.
How to go up?
It's also a common thing, there's a lot of.
We gave everyone
This one.
a sticker for that.
Late, but some people came late.
So what we can do, but we go through the slides again, and then say, right, but so when we finished all the slides, you just go through. everything.
That's what they do on Strictly. isn't it?
Yes, they do on Strictly, just have a recap and say, okay, and then I'm going to collect them in. Because
We'll do that as private.
yeah. Yeah, yeah, about everything. And also you're very wise about just telling them to be a little quieter. It is pretty nice. I don't know. It's been wonderful. Chris Einberg. So kind of that catches them and like it. I just give that illusion. No, I'm exactly. We will all get one over. Yeah, it has been so. You're going to have the people. Yeah, I'm just rapid drink. The thing is, once they've done their slides, I think we just can relax now. And the ones that you've still got to do your slides, you're sitting here anxiously, oh, it's our turn now. And the other thing is they've come for feedback, and I've given them feedback, and they're like, and they're waiting for the buts. And I'm like, there is no buts. There is no but. This is about, you know, pointing out the strengths. I'm going to let you identify where you think you can do, but for us, it's been
Good. So what's next? This is
under 21. Who is 21?
next one is Mamta. Number 21.
Yes.
All ready to go?
Not quite. I'm ready to go now. Thank you. Over to you.
Hello. So shall I start, madam? Yes. Okay. Good afternoon to all. Myself, Mamta Chauhan. I have selected the topic meaningful leadership. So meaningful leadership is one of the approach of leadership with that emphasizes self-awareness, emotional intelligence, compassionate, to that helps in decision making and also for that help in interacting with one another. So these are, I have highlighted the important traits and benefits of meaningful leadership. These are the important traits of meaningful leadership. A meaningful leader is he or she, or meaningful leader is self-aware. He has deep understanding about, he or she has deep understanding about the various strengths, weaknesses, values, emotions. A meaningful leader is emotionally intelligent, as he is able to manage and also recognizes the emotions of his own emotions as well as emotions of the others. A meaningful leader is a compassionate, and he approaches any other person or the member of the team members or any other persons with more kindness, more understanding. And meaningful leadership is unbiased. means approach a situation without with open mind, without means having without pre notions, without being judgmental. Then these are the benefits of mindful leadership. Mindful leadership help in improved decision making. The decisions are more they make more informed decisions, and then they are very supportive and fostering positive and supportive work environment, and that they engage more of their team members. They are effective in their communications. They communicate very effectively. Also, they are very good listener, and they are active listeners. It enhances creativity. It is open to new ideas, new perspectives, and reduces. They know how to manage their stress. So, a meaningful leadership is effective, compassionate, and inspiring. Thank you to all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's Ranjana. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Today, I have decided to talk about my own leadership journey through this unfiltered reflections, a mirror that I'm going to post to myself. So when we all agreed to go for this workshop, a common question lingered in our thoughts. What's in it for me? And I am no different. So first, before coming to this workshop, I started to introspect. What am I going to gain from this? And I started to identify where are my key challenges. The first challenge is I am actually very strong, confident, adaptable, quite a strong leader who actually gives out, uh, who delegates well, values efficiency. Yet when it comes for the time to forge ahead, I hesitate. People with fewer capacities forge forward. Why is it? So the main things that I have is I don't, I expect respect rather than commanding one. And when people don't recognize my contributions, I'm disappointed. The second thing that comes forward to me is I hesitate to network. Whether it is to network, it's a fear of reaching out, whether it is to network or to claim what is rightfully mine. I hesitate. And thirdly, I am a matriarchal figure where I'm loud, but still silently steers the ship. But written on the outer door of Allison's cupboard is strict and unapproachable. So now I know what are my these things, and armed with these self strategies, I've decided how am I going to approach this so that I'm going to gain the best out of this. The first thing that I did was owning identity. What did I mean by it? Took me immense amount of work to introduce myself as Professor Ranjini Viswanatha rather than Ranjini. And this was my first step. And the second step is I decided to ask the right question at opportune moments that would forward my agenda. And the third step that I did was I went into observational learning. Be it, for example, it can be using of leadership tools that you used, or it could be some ways of learning, or it could be as a job as a convener, I had this unique opportunity to network and build networks. So I armed myself and I went into this. And finally, at the end of this 3 days, after having spent 3 days here, what are my key takeaways from this workshop? So from this workshop, I could really get a lot of it because of the safe space that you created, which allowed me to reflect and evolve. The second thing that I got is, yeah, I'll just finish. So the second thing I got is being mindful and forge ahead your this thing. And I can actually now bond with my peers knowing that I'm not alone. And I am here because of not only because of the workshop, I've matured as a leader, but also because of my self-effort, self-training, and structural training and institutional support. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity to share my leadership journey.
Thank you. Well done. Thank you. Very good. Excellent. So, brilliant. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sarita from St. Francis College for Women, Hyderabad. So I always believe that whether you want to do something or not to do something, it is always there in your mind. So if you want to be a leader or not want to be a leader, it is also there in your mind. So from my childhood, from my school, college, university, I always played the role of a leader. But after coming to my college, due to some personal issues or also due to some professional issues, okay, they became the hurdles, and I have chosen not to be a leader because I had so much of hesitation to take up the roles. I had so much of fear of failure, fear of criticism. And then I was just thinking of staying in my comfortable zone because there were my mentors who were like the umbrellas to me, but I was under their wings. But I never really tried to come out. And my priorities were different, not exactly related to leadership. And I was only counting the benefits. Okay, if I take up this role, then what am I going to get? So all these, even till today, till yesterday, before I attended this workshop, I was like that. But after attending this workshop, I have learned a lot. And exactly even in my career also now, I am in such a stage where I have to take leadership. And exactly when I needed this, that I was given this opportunity. And thanks a lot to DST as well as British Council. So through this workshop, I have learned how to convert all those negativities related to my leadership into those something which are listed on the right side. So now my hesitation is converted into confidence. My fear is now converted into being very courageous to take up all the new challenges. And again, from comfortable zone, ready to face challenges. And my priorities have been now changed into my leadership goals. And then instead of counting the benefits, now after taking up the new leadership roles, now I will be able to reap the fruits in the form of the results which are seen in my colleagues, in myself, in my colleagues, and also in my students. So finally, I would like to put it, in being a chemist, I would like to put it with the help of an example. So during drug discovery, when thousands of molecules are screened to show the biological activity for a particular disease, one molecule might show a expected therapeutic activity. That is called as a lead drug. But it cannot be still used as a drug. So it has to be still modified. A number of analogs have to be prepared. Finally, one will come out as the commercially successful drug. So now I believe that I am the lead drug. And definitely I will mold myself. I will make changes so that I will become a successful leader. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, and you did the slides. Thank you. This is number 24. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Neena from Bhabha Atomic Research Center. And today I have chosen a topic of what are my learnings of this workshop about the skill sets of an effective leader. So I begin with a question first. Why do we need an effective leader in the first place? Our learning has been that good managers are absolutely essential for smooth functioning of any organization or institution. But an effective leader is a one which can bring about transformative changes in the society, which will go a long way for generations to come. One such personality which comes to my mind, which has been my inspiration, is Dr. Homi Jahangir Bhabha. All of you are already aware he is the father of nuclear energy in our country. In true sense, he is an effective leader. He displays all the traits. He used his wisdom, his networking skills, his vision to build an institution, Bhabha Atomic Research Center, where now we are harnessing the atomic energy for benefiting the society, for solving the energy crisis, and so many other applications in the healthcare sectors. So we have discussed about lot of qualities what a leader should have. I would like to pinpoint certain important things which I feel are very important. Being creative. This is very important to come out with innovative ways for overcoming the barriers. Here, I would like to cite one example where Professor Hardy mentioned that he went on to learn an altogether different language in order to have a better communication among the team. I think many a times we give excuses and have some strict boundaries. We should overcome those boundaries in order to have an effective team. Similarly, being empathetic and motivational to our team members and leading by example. An excellent talk we had yesterday by Professor Annapurni. I think she is it was one of the most inspirational talk I witnessed. And it's because of her discipline and organized behavior, and for her time is money. That's why she is able to multitask and also pursue her passion for music. Having positive assertion, I would like to acknowledge both the mentors here. Since day one, we have only received a positive feedback from you, which has instilled a sense of confidence in us. And I'm sure it will bring out the best qualities in all the women leaders here. And also a lot was discussed about being updated. As we know, AI tools, generative AI, in future, they are going to be, there. So we have to figure out a way to use them and also safeguard our interest and not compromise our abilities. As the skills are important, equally is important what we should overcome or let go. Here, I would like to cite two things. Being hesitant to ask for help. One learning we had yesterday that a leader need not be equipped with all the skills, but a leader can build a team which is equipped with most of the skills to come out with the best possible outcome. And also self-doubt and guilt. I feel many of the women professionals are stuck up here. We are like, I'm not an ideal daughter-in-law, ideal mother, ideal daughter. Yeah. And this pulls us back. But I feel I come back to my first question, why we need an effective woman leader? Because if we have more and more women in positions of power, we can transform the society, and the new normal could be that, yes, women are capable and they are the, efficient leaders which are required in the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very good. Well done. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. This is Parijat from SN Bose National Center for Basic Sciences, Calcutta. So I'm going to talk about some of the important skill sets to be an effective leader. So first thing is that the leader needs to empower the team. So the ideal and effective leader needs to understand the strengths and weaknesses of the team, and then he or she needs to assign the jobs accordingly. So here I would like to quote Einstein, who said, "Everyone is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid," which is not the case. So the bottom line is that an effective leader should identify and assign proper tasks. So he or she should give the proper task to the proper person so that everything is carried out smoothly. So this is a very important thing. An ideal leader should always embrace challenges. So in personal life and in professional life, we know that we always face challenges, difficulties, and sometimes it seems that this is the dead end. We cannot go beyond that. And under these circumstances, we need an effective leader, and the leader needs to think out of the box. So creative thinking is very important. So we all know the story of the thirsty crow, who was collecting pebbles and dropping the pebbles one by one in the pitcher till the height of the water raised, and finally the crow could drink the water. So this is indeed a very out of the box thinking, and this is very helpful. It serves the purpose. However, in today's date, we also need to manage time. So we have deadlines, so we need to finish things on time. So now what should the thirsty crow do in 2025? So the crow should find a straw which will make this process much easier and efficient, right? So this is the thing. So together with creative thinking and time management, and also this is something the leader needs to be updated. So this is the updated technology that the crow is using. So this is one thing. And finally, the leader should value every voice in the teams. So the leader needs to be empathetic. He or she should respect and trust all the members in the team. And moreover, he or she should also work towards building the trust. So this mutual relationship between the leader and the followers is very important. So this together, this plays a part. So, and finally, the leader should let go the biases and prejudices, both conscious and unconscious. So thank you very much.
Perfect. Excellent. Okay, so this is Vanishka. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Namaste, good morning. So I'm Vanshika from Bhabha Atomic Research Center. I like to tell a story. In history, archaeological surveys have shown that there was an initial matriarchal society which is dated back before 2000 BC. It was quite natural because women had this capability to reproduce. So we were also treated like goddess. But then there has come this shift of a patriarchal society. The question lies why? Probably 1,000 years before, what happened was there was an agricultural revolution. This has led man to a tipping balance where a balance has moved to men. Also, there were several battlefields where a woman was forced to produce sons that can participate in battlefield. Therefore, the leadership had changed to men's. But then we have also a very good example of Marie Curie, where she was the only woman who could get 2 Nobel Prizes, and her family in total has 5 Nobel Prizes. So even in nature, if we see, the nature follows the rule of duality. In an atom, there's a proton, and then there is always a neutron. Only then an atom is a stable one. We have 2 polarities. There's a north pole and there's a south pole. Okay, so when the nature is always dual, why there is a difference in this gender bias? Why there's a gender bias? So what I propose, my statement today is that we need a gender neutral world. I envision a gender neutral world where there cannot be these 2 signs, but a single gender neutral symbol. And how we do it? We do it with courage, which already Professor Mike has shown us by leading us, all women, even though he's a man. So we need to take this courage and go ahead and put the right questions at our right institutions. And then we also have to be committed to this statement. And then the other important thing we require is using cultural independence at our own societies and creating a gender neutral world. And finally, the other important thing is we need to do effective collaboration so that we have people around and no more genders further. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. 27.
Very good morning, everyone. I'm Jayashree from Indian Institute of Geomagnetism. Let me put forth a question. What do you think, or have you come across a word called polar wandering? Or have you come across that the magnetic equator is shifting? Are you aware that there is a geomagnetic equator much different than a geographic equator? These are some subtle questions pertaining to my subject, and I'm sure in each of your subjects, such questions are there. So to answer this question, there came a person, Nanabhai Adres Framaji Moose. not a very well-known person in our historical thing, but he was the person who identified the importance of having a magnetic measurement, a continuous magnetic measurement. So for that sake, in 1870, that time he made a Colaba magnetic observatory, and he made observations of magnetic field from one single station, taking care that each of the stones that were used for the magnetic observations were magnetically clean. That requires a lot of thinking, that from where the stones will come. It was brought from Porbandar. Each of the metals used in those observatories were very different. He could visualize that society is growing. Society is growing, infrastructure is developing, and soon the trams will come in. So he was courageous enough to identify and relocate another place from Kolaba to Alibag. A wise decision for which IIT still stands today as Kolaba Alibag Observatory, having 184 years of uninterrupted geomagnetic observations, and we are part of the intermagnet. So you just think of first the vision with which he started, the steps, the efforts that he took. I am talking about 1800s. By that time, what technology did we have, or what support system that you got? But still, he could think of that whatever efforts that he can make, he could make it, deliver it in time, so that the observations remained continuous. This is the only geomagnetic storm reported in the world, only observation of 1859 Carrington storm from Kolaba. Why I want you to bring the attention to this is the efforts were very old. The vision was very clear. The path to proceed was very clear. Timely delivery, and the fruits of that we are realizing it today. So I leave with this thought that have your vision, follow your passion, update yourself with the knowledge that is available now, and maybe I will see some of you building up institutions in future as leaders. Thank you.
And this is number 20. Just look at number 28. Thank you. Sorry,
Good morning, everyone. So I'm here to speak about mindful leadership. So to start with, leader, as the word suggests, leads the way to success. As shown here, being the light, a guide of all his fellow men, with all the traits shown here in the picture. I would take your attention to 5 prime points, very strong points. So a leader is a visionary with a set of strategic milestones, very determined and focused on the goals, with perseverance and innovation, while being mindful of the growth of the firm and followers, and is always a source of inspiration with his knowledge and contribution. A leader, the second point, a leader is self-aware and introspective to reflect on the thoughts and actions which transforms one's self and his fellow men around in view of achieving the defined common goals, while also being very compassionate, empathetic, and grounded with very high emotional intelligence. A leader is confident and resilient, spreading around a positive attitude, while being very quiet, adaptive, and open to take challenges and risks with the purpose of growth and goodness of the firm and his ordinates. A leader ensures a very conducive environment for creative and quality work, fosters people with diverse skills to grow in their respective traits, and at the same time, delegates
delegates responsibilities to appropriate personalities to ensure betterment of the company and fellow men. Most of all, a leader backs and supports the team and makes them comfortable and happy to work with. Promoting peace and happiness around, which in the long run puts the firm in the growth chart towards success. I would take your attention to this one such mindful leader with all the qualities which I just mentioned is the legendary Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, who is often regarded as the father of Indian space program, who is a very mindful leader with a vision of the nation in the field of space sciences. He is an embodiment of all these traits which I just mentioned. He is a visionary, an empathetic, a compassionate person who has always been available and approachable to his fellow men. So to say that he was an embodiment of all these traits, and here is the proof of such an effective and brilliant leadership, the legacy he has left with us, ISRO. To highlight, Vikram Sarabhai had laid the first seed in 1947 at PRL to start the research, but ISRO was founded in 1969. However, while he was at a review of a satellite launch vehicle, the first design review of a satellite launch vehicle, in 1971, he passed away. But nevertheless, 9 years later, it was launched and it was successful. And today we are in a very brilliant organization with happy employees all over. ISRO stands high, and that is the example of a mindful leadership. And what else do we need to quote as an example? Okay. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice finish. Right. Okay. It's Jimily. Brilliant. Just add to the
I've just sent an email.
Right. Yeah, and then
just I'm fine to say
yes.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, we can do it in a 3 minutes.
A very good morning to one and all. First of all, I would like to thank our mentors for this program and Ranjini Madam from JNCSR and of course to DST for giving us this opportunity. It was a very good experience for all of us. I really learned a lot, and also I am grateful to our Institute Director for nominating us for this program. My name is Jhimli Bhattacharya. I am from NIT Nagaland. We are in the far northeast part of India, and my journey to northeast, my journey to east has always become very rewarding for me. And from this program, I think I will be able to serve better to the my institute as well as my scholars. So generally, yeah. So whenever I go, wherever I am presenting, I always, these 2 slides, I have punched 2 slides in one in one slide. So it is mandatory for me. The Nagaland Wala slide is the first one. For always my first slide, and my scholar slides are always my last slide. So here also I am following the same pattern. In between, whatever I learned and how I am going to implement it, I'll be saying about it. So I am completely heading a group of Naga students. So jokingly, I used to say I have a Naga battalion. I have a complete Naga battalion. Working with them, I don't know how much I am able to contribute to them, but they have helped me a lot to develop myself. In one word, I describe myself as an emotional fool. So I'm 100% emotional fool. So anxiety, depression, tension, and then after that guilt, these all are part of my life. But slowly, when I started working in this institute, as well as I started working with these scholars, I think I could develop myself. From the beginning of my journey, I was in academic administration. Initial days were really, really hard, but later I convinced myself that I'm not a packet of biryani. I cannot make everyone happy. So, okay, let me the bad person. Everyone will not be happy with all of my decisions. I'm okay with it. And after that realization, I think I started becoming a bit stable. That journey is still going on. So that 4C, I think it is the pillar for my work pattern or the way I used to work. And that part has been extensively enhanced. All others are very important for me, but that part, that being confident in my work, whatever I'm doing, and then having a proper clarity that what I'm actually doing. So that 4C has been my pillar, and I will be definitely working more and more for that. And this program has helped me a lot. And I wish to learn more and more in this aspect, that how to develop myself, because with the group I am usually not only students, scholars, all of them. What I feel, colleagues part is okay. That's a different equation altogether. And yesterday, Madam's talk was a very big eye opener as well as comforting session for me. It was very comforting for me that yes, how I can balance that. Work life balance is becoming very important for ladies. I think majority of the ladies, we are suffering for that. And that is another, as it is a big women group, I felt whenever I'm talking to others, all are having problems in their field. So all are struggling. I think all the struggling peoples can be a very good, can be good friends, where they are in a symbiotic relationship, where they help each other to grow. I wish after this program also we will be continuing the same. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Very lovely. Very lovely. Okay, we're on. Thank you so much. And thank you for everyone's taken part so far. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm Apeksha from IIT Goa. So as per my understanding, the idea of leadership is a tree, basically. So as we know, the tree changes the color and appearances based on the season. So the leadership is also similar to that, where the season resembles the challenges and the situations, and a leader must have good moral values and principles and ethics as strong as the roots of the tree. So leadership and the tree goes in hand on hand. So as you can see in the first picture, which is basically during the monsoon season, where this is a kind of a learning curve for a tree, where it's absorb the nutrient from the soil and the sunlight, and then get the food and become kind of green and very happy. So it's a kind of absorbing situation as in the journey of leadership, and which it shows the creativity of a leader. And second one picture is basically a downfall season. So we can see here the leader must have adoptive nature. That means by communicating or by having a better clarity with the teammates and everything, the leadership may grow with this. They may. I mean, you mean I mean the leadership may go and proceed with the success. And third picture is basically a blooming season, all happy and all good phase of the journey. So we saw the confidence not among with self, but also among the teammates, and it brings basically the confidence and the it grows confidence, it boosts the confidence. So these are the different colors of the leadership. It's the same as I can see, and we can we can see basically. So it's just the different colors of the powerful leaders, and very often we forget to mention one more property or quality of leadership is a forgiveness. We often forget and often miss this property, and I think that forgiveness is the one quality we should consider in leadership. So there is a Indian poet. I hope many of us know about him. He is Ramdhari Dinkar. So he has written a very good poem on forgiveness, and power. So I would like to recite the couple of lines from his poem, which goes something like this. क्षमा सोपती उस भुजंग को जिसके पास गरल हो, उसको क्या जो दंतहीन विषरहित विनीत और सरल हो. It means that forgiveness comes with power. The person who is not compatible cannot be cannot be forgive, and it cannot be it can be not be a let go situation. So yeah, so these are the different colors of the leadership, and for me personally it's a long way to go to become a kind of tree. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. That was perfect timing. That was almost 3 minutes on the spot. Thank you so much. So so it's Dr. Thank you, Jamal. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
16.
Yeah, it's number 16.
Very good morning to all. I'm Dr. Sushma from Physics Department as a professor at VNIT Nagpur, NIT Nagpur. So I will discuss about this leadership from the physics perspectives, from the academician perspective. So we know the centripetal force in physics. So that force that is concentrated towards the center of the trajectory. Similarly, when you are teaching, when you are in the teaching profession, you will be the center of attraction for all the students. So you must have that influencing power so that student may request you to take the extra classes rather than bunking the classes. That is what I think. So the leader is that person who rules or guides or inspire the others, right? So the academician must be a good leader, must be having this quantity and these qualities like visionaries. He must be a good visionary so that he can pave the path for the opportunities, for the progress. So he has to take along with him the team leaders, team members, and he must have some a very grand vision so that he can be on the right track, and that will be leading to the tremendous progress. So leaders motivate, he must be motivating to the team members so as to achieve the set goal, and leaders must analyze and assess in every situation the whatever task given to the team members, so that then only it is possible to achieve the goal. So he must be a good visionary, he must be a good analyzer, and he must be having the in order to get the best result, he must be more hard worker also. Visionary along with the best hard worker, that will be giving you that leader will be a successful, or it will be the effective leader. So leader must be having, of course, the leadership, that is the characteristics associated with that leader. So leadership means it's a social process which will be leading the group of the people or the organization to whom it is concerned to. So here in this case, we can consider the leadership is the process of integrity. He must be having that quantities which will be able, that leader must be able to integrate various domains, various factors so as to run that project smoothly, that task that will be gained within a short time. He must be having the self-awareness. Self-awareness means he must be knowing his limitations and he has to overcome his own limitations like anxiety or having some a little bit discouragement if it is there, that is to be rectified. So many qualities to be inculcated by that leader to become the good leader. Then he must be courageous enough to accept the challenges. If any challenges are, our life is full of challenges. Right from the beginning of the day, we got up with the list of the challenges. We had to manage everywhere in our home family system. We had to manage our kitchen. From there, we start our task, especially lady scientist, isn't it? So we had to manage our students, our children going to the school. So everything we had to manage, and also we had to take care of that. That will be always there doubt ki whether the student will be asking for bunking a class or asking the professor to conduct the extra class. So that is also the challenge. But we had to make ourselves in such a way that ki student must request the professor to take or engage the extra class and impart them the knowledge. Because today's word is the techno-savvy word. So we had to keep on updating the latest knowledge and we had to include it in our curriculum so as to become the good leader. right? So then resilience, so leader must be able to cope up with the what you can say, the failure that while executing that challenge or the goal. So in every aspect, this leader must be having this fine qualities which will be making him the good leader, and then he will be promoting, or he will be taking the organization to the new height. Right. So thank you for giving me this chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. If you could just bear with me. Right. Okay. Just going back. Okay. That's one. This one. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Smita Subramanian from Indian Institute of Astrophysics in Bangalore. Today, I'm here to share some of my thoughts about this topic of inspiring and nurturing the next generation of scientists. So to do good science, we need good scientists. Why do we care about science? Science builds the knowledge, leads to knowledge, and knowledge leads to the advancement of humankind. So this is in a broader context, but why do I care about this topic is because like I had a extremely good opportunities and a lot of extremely a good support system to pursue science, to study science, and also to take a career in science. So now, when I started my research, I was happy with my research. I love doing my science, and I'm happy with my publications, etc. But things started changing in a better way when students started becoming part of my research. So students, it can be a long-term or short-term, like undergrad students to PhD students. They are really different, and they bring a lot of change in your perspective, and also they bring a lot of fun. So the point here is they are really young. They are very curious, and they are full of energy. So that is the most important aspect. And how to channel this tremendous amount of energy in a constructive way and bring the best out of it and build the next generation of scientists is what I used to think. So that thought made me more responsible, and also made me a more responsible researcher. So how do we do that? It is essential that we should constantly inspire and nurture the young minds of our country. So for that, how do we go? So we were listening for the last 3-4 days about the supervision, mentoring, and being effective leader. So how I see it is that first you start with your own students, of like you supervise them, and then slowly start encouraging a group of students whom you interact very often, but you don't directly supervise. So you can mentor them, and then lead and become eventually an effective leader by navigating the system and providing the facilities and opportunities for these young minds. So this is day before yesterday we were talking about different features for a good mentor. This picture is a smiley face which I took from space. These are the actual observations of galaxies where the mentor can be like this, a pleasant and approachable person. So what are the challenges? For me, it is to be firm without being arrogant. This is my personal problem. So how to mitigate it? That also I learned in the last 3-4 days, to have a balance between confidence and empathy, and also communicating with clarity. So these are like I learned a lot from this, and I request, cherish, and treasure even small achievements. Let go our ego and let them outgrow us. Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot.
We just have 2 more presentations, yourself, and then we're going to have a presentation from Professor Hardy. He's going to give feedback in 3 minutes, because as we've said all the way along, everything we do, we don't ask anything of you that we wouldn't do ourselves. So let's see if we can keep to 3 minutes. And our technicians here, fantastic. Would you mind refreshing the slides? We've got 2 extra slides. Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't. I'm hoping it works. I just updated this. Would it just update automatically? Shall I send it? Yes, it has. Brilliant. You're a genius. I have to say, I'm so enjoying this. This to me is the isn't it yours? It's the highlights.
Last chart. Yeah, before that, last but not.
You
actually just yeah. Yeah, good. So my time starts now, right? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. So I would like to express my journey, and I'd like to talk to you about how my leadership could have evolved, right? And then after attending this workshop, what are the attributes that in me that could have led to the leadership I would like to share with you. I'm Dr. Ganga, working as assistant professor in the Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, and I know many of you. And my journey started, I would like to say my journey from my childhood. And as everyone of us know how childhood have evolved, we know about it. But I would like to say that I was a good dancer, and I was a good sports person. And also I was very good in my extracurricular activities during my school days, right? And these attributes, when I was a child, I didn't know that I have to go to the dance school on my own. I didn't know that we don't have any idea. So it is my mother who took me to the dance school, who encouraged me to participate in without putting any boundary on only the academics. She focusing on both academics and extracurricular activities. It is my mother who motivated me, who kept me in that particular track. And through that way, what I understood is like those characteristics, those learnings I learned only from my childhood from the parents. So I understood, like after this workshop, giving a few amount of thinking. So it is her scarcity, like what she didn't get, she wanted to give to the children, right? So it is her scarcity. And at the same time, she made a decision that, okay, my child has to do this so that her confidence level or her career will be good. So her advocacy, like putting forth on the things that are required with confidence, had taught me a lot of things during my childhood. So I should talk about my father also. So it is about the unsaid values he imparted on me. So these two together gave a lot of their ethical leadership. Till now, I would like to share with you that they haven't told to me anything explicitly about do's and don'ts. It is through their examples only they have taught me the values. So it is the ethical leadership that has taught more values about life to me. So having acquired all these from my childhood, I went into the higher education. And as we know, life is not so linear. Everything will not be so perfect. And there were a lot of non-linearities, dynamics. There were a lot of emotional challenges, emotional setbacks, a lot of losses in the family. But still, having developed a lot of confidence during my childhood, I developed a kind of resilience and confidence during my higher education, though there were a lot of setbacks. So after that, I went to my professional career. So where I joined NIT Nagaland, where the NIT Nagaland is not so, locality-wise, it is not so easy. But still, in NIT Nagaland, please give me a few more minutes. In NIT Nagaland, so I was given the task of Herculean tasks were there. Why? Because I got the Herculean task is because I was involved right from my foundation level, from the foundation level of the institute. So I was not given the task, I was given the option of taking up the responsibility of first academic associate dean of academic and department head. And also I had the option of completing my PhD career. So I had to make two decisions, whether it is my personal career or whether it is I'm going to focus on the institutional career. At that time, I made a choice that let me put the institutional growth in the front, as well as let me put my personal growth also aside. Parallelly. So I took up the job. So there were Herculean tasks. So it is not so easy. So I was involved in regulations, framing everything. At that time,
It's my mentorship that gave the assistance for my career growth. My guide was helping me a lot. My colleagues were helping me a lot. And I wanted to record to you that as far as women empowerment is considered, as far as my experience I have seen, and Nagaland is one of the best states where women can work with freedom, confidently, and you will get a lot of support from the men also. So the diversity of students were there, and there were a lot of hurdles among the students. So with patience, listening, empathy, we tried to solve everything. And at last I'm standing successful now. Thank you very much.
I felt really bad because we're kind of like so difficult. Yeah, so sorry, but thank you for wrapping up very neatly. Yeah, so no judgment on the slide, Professor.
So my slide has just been done. It's not very pretty, and we've not got pictures. But we did undertake to do a 3-minute feedback. So just before the start the clock, though, just amazing. Yes, on the first day on Tuesday, I used the word talent, how much talent we brought together by the program. And that's just evident today. All our humble little job is to try and mobilize that talent to make it more impactful, but such talent. Thank you for that. So we could start the clock. So what did we ask? What did I expect? What did I need? Remember, those were questions we started our journey together on Tuesday. And I wanted to hear if any of our discussions had landed. If thinking of our vacation on Goa, on the beach, where you walk on the sand and you leave an impression. How deep was that impression going to be? And when the wave came that night and washed it away, were we going to be sustainable and come back and it would be there tomorrow and we do it again? So what I heard this morning was brilliant, because a set of reminders. I've got 3 sections. What was I reminded about our conversation? I heard you all asking questions. You didn't start with answers in your presentation. You posed questions. You told stories, because we've discussed together how powerful that is. You valued experience right back to being a baby and a child and parenting, right through all your journey. Journey became a word we really resonate with. We choose what to treasure, what we want to keep. And we're now confident we can throw some things away. That's a confidence, choosing what you treasure and choosing what is less useful in the future. And goodness me, what innovation we saw in the slides. New ideas, fresh thinking, the trees, the straw and the crow. And above else, I thought you brought the notion of feelings. We can technically call it emotional intelligence, but we know what it is. It's the way we feel. And if we don't feel in the right place, our teams will see that and their feelings will be affected. So I heard all that. It was brilliant. But there was fresh thinking as well. And that's always a good sign. It just wasn't capturing the last 3 days. You brought new stuff. And the 2 new things that I wanted to highlight in my feedback was being persistent. This is a continuing struggle and a challenge. And that came across in a number of slides, and commanding attention. Now, you're talented. You do present your scientific work, but you're not presenting your science here. I thought you commanded attention. People were watching and listening, even in a short one. And that's important for a leader. And my conclusion is we've got a convergence of ideas. This large, eclectic, talented group is beginning to sound like one voice. And there are 2 big elements of that. Comfort, and how important comfort is, and courage. And don't you need it? Thank you.
just looking at the ones that really resonate with you, just.
Yeah, so this is this new request that we made this morning. We're going to go through them all, just to remind you of the numbers. We'd like you to vote, of all the ones we've heard, which three shows this conversation in a good light. It's not saying three best or three worst or three different, but which three might we take and choose? And rather than Alison and I thinking about it, we want it to be the people's choice. We want you to speak, and you're going to write three numbers on your Post-it note, and you're going to give them to us, and then we will be able to select, influenced by you as our leaders.
Brilliant.
All right.
So this is number 1, number 2, and like we said, you can vote for yourself.
You can vote for yourself.
3, 5. Tell me if I'm going too fast or too slow. 6. I'm trying to give the same time to each side. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 20. Right, I think 16, I think there's 16 missing. So this one is 17 and 16 is later. So this is 17, 18, 19, good call. 20, everyone agree? 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 16. This is 16. And this will be 31. And this will be 32. And this will be 33. So it's from 1 to 32. Great. Does anybody need me to go through again, or you can obviously go through on the. Yeah, I think it would make our job easier because we obviously recognize you by your name rather than a number. So, but if you need me to go through again, I can. And you want me to go through again? That's what I thought. Yeah.
The only difference, 16 is later on the list.
Yeah, 16 is 31. Yeah. But you can see that. Excellent. When you've finished, I'm going to come round and collect it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So you can't be. Yes, exactly. Thank you. I feel like it should be like a Now, I've only got 3 certificates, so if there's ties, I'm going to tell you. Yeah.
So the other request we made of you was that there is in the folder, there was the list of the sessions to pick a session and give your opinion on it. The more feedback that you give us, we can give to our sponsors and to the project team, of course, and it feeds into the other cohorts as well. Can I just thank you all personally? This has been a really, really good conversation. Alice and I every night have been reflecting on the day, and we stay quite late at night just thinking through the relationships that we formed and the importance of the work. And being humble, making sure that we're adding value. And that was really important to us, because otherwise this is time out of your work, it's time out of your family. And the investment that you've all made has been hugely important, not just for you, but for your peers. And I would really encourage you, some of you know each other already, some of you know of each other, but we're now one team, one family, so keep in touch to each other. And we'll want to come back. We've got a WhatsApp group now of this team, so let's keep that and use it positively. Go home, back to your organizations, tell your friends, tell this WhatsApp group how you're changing even next week in your work context, and how you're using these funny knowledge domains when you go home, when you sit with your family about what's our challenges, what's possible, who do we need to talk to, and what are we good at. Use those models in the way that you've started to communicate, and I've seen that through the slides this morning. So a big thank you, and remember, this is just part of a system, part of a journey. Early in the sessions, we drew the life journey and we saw the ups and the downs. Alice and I hope really that this is one of the ups, and this will take you to the next level, but only if you take control and if you take command of the next step. That's not for us to do. We've just pointed you in the right direction, I hope. Alison, do you want to say anything in terms of our last session? We're going to have a break now, and then we have another presentation from DST, which is we're really looking forward to. Then we have lunch together, and we'll close. And it's always sad to finish, isn't it? And then we have.
Oh yeah, closing ceremony. Yes, I think that's it. So, like Mike said, we have been very privileged to spend time here, and it's been so joyous. I cannot, we come and we look forward to this experience. Each of you have something valuable to say and are valuable. And this is my first time in India, and I've just been overawed by the beauty of you, the beauty of the country, and my colleague who's from India said that you're a nation of storytellers, and the story you tell needs to be global, because coming here, I can see how you can drive the vision of a much kinder, a much more just, and a vibrant, very vibrant vision for us as a global nation. So thank you. Thanks, everybody. I think we can break. We've worked you so hard that today we did anticipate that we wanted you to have time, build those connections, make sure you exchange each other's numbers, and we'll reconvene at 12 in this room. Please do. Thank you, guys.
So this is really strong song. Then you're going to in this zone, he is not allowed to go during that. The first one, so water. So we have your tea outside and come back. Very effective. Again, it shows power. I love the fact as well, you make kind of your team. Music has to be what time is it? I don't go back and say that. So, very good. Okay. And come here, is it? Can you do one? Yes. Can you stand? Yes. No, my slides are there. Yes, so I know, they're so disappointed when I get my feedback.
इधर से चलो इधर से let me come when we will get अच्छा अच्छा ठीक है thanks
very good. This one. This one. Yes. So you have to drop Jesus for the land. You must be in Jesus. No, it makes sense.
my slide.
Very different.
Slide.
I said, I really like the fact that we have living experience. So immediately, what we've done is with the same, because we're saying like that. People are, you have age to take away, but they take away. It's all right, say that where the same, I particularly like the fact that the journey is in very good. I really want to do that. That's really good. I noticed that in South I know, you're like, I can't do this. That's what you're thinking. Yeah, exactly. And I think sometimes yours will work. Some people start slow and it builds up. You start strong and you go strong. And it's quite a great thing to go strong and get the dip very quickly. You didn't know where you're going. I love the fact that the visual, no, you can read it again. It's this simple. It's too visual. We also are very good at making homes and you can start that. So this is something you know what to do. But it was very considered. experience. I think I remember this is one of those versions because when I looked at the slide, the same slide, I was like, I'm not sure how she's going to do this one. How she's going to do it in the time was my biggest thing because I looked and thought, I've got a content and conversely, I looked at your slide and thought, you have no content. So how is this going to play out? And you've got two really good examples of different approaches. People know the 25. Of course, it's still what you should know is my sister's family, but it's N-I-N-A. The name is Eileen, so it's a derivative. It's not a real name. Okay, so what I really liked about yours was clearly stated we've got completely, and then ask the question, and then address it. But you didn't necessarily offer a solution. You didn't say that you have an example to go with this solution. I thought that was a very clever. It was a very clever presentation. Was that you really have thought through rather than saying give us the solution, and you might, if you want to get that validation, it's a very clever way in the end. And may approach you and say, look, he's such a good example. So you're disrupting that statement because you're saying, yes, this male, and I'm really good at my also very close. I'm very happy getting in front of us if you present it everything. Again, I felt that you were still really good. And it came apparently over to emphasize storytelling is the gift, and it's the gift. You're very lucky to have it culture when it's been created. And you took some story about because it did give time so people on thoughts that you can't take it from the house. It's going to be, but time was everything. I'm going to it's the practical. And you might example conclude with some of the things so that people find it like, okay, that's what I'm going to focus on now. That's a job. Yes, yours was now. Yours was. I honestly thought this made things yeah. I say you see the ones from so yes, what I love was made yourself confident so as soon as you start to engage with it. First of all, really personal. This was a color of a here you are just led into it. So this is where we're at. This way and I like the way you design my vision. I really like that. I think that's very clever. So when you make how you can turn this around to where you want to land. And you've all done it differently. Some of it's from take it over here and then kind of take it more. You went slow and then yeah, and that again is very, very, very good skill. I thought that was being so brave. That's really slide. So now I'm teaching students one slide, one picture. I need to look at that. Sorry, yeah, you're getting. Yeah. It's this one, the story, yeah. Your name is. Yeah. So I'm thrown by this. This is your first name. Yes, so in England, that's always your last name. So I'm like Alison Alford. And I said to Mike, is that my first name? Yes, I have to work that out. So that was again, Okay, so what I loved about this was, again, it's such a good question, like you use analogies. Again, this was more than you told the story, and then you round the threads up. And if you're thinking about reading people, then it's quite a good way to sufficiently analogy. You throw up the story, and then you reel people in. I thought the visuals were really lovely. And anything when you're conveying sort of a history, you have to make it very good. Your strength of the story told, the visual strategy, and you ended on a very strong point. You did kind of put it because there was a point where I thought, okay, how are you going to fit this in there? And then you pulled it out just to pass away. So I thought, yeah, I liked it. It was very creatively done. It was something that I thought, yes, again, it's actually a word example. Using a manual and then say, but we're part of this legacy. It's not a male legacy, it's not a female legacy. Yeah, yeah, it's brilliant. So well done, excellent. I'm getting your view. Yeah, I know.
I want to comment on my presentation. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What can we do it in my cycle? For you, I don't like it. Especially if you do it here. Yes, that's right. So you're one of the ones that I like talking about. Yes, you're located. It's immediately very clear. And I like always that you identify.
I love the way this was very, the combination of very what you said, what people draw. And this is a good example of my point about marketing. Go around and explain.
No, you know me, but what is it?
And when you do that,
And I think within this, we were actually highlighting
this is what
sheets.
I'm not very point.
Nobody said better than that. Hang on, we now got something that we didn't have.
It's directing you.
Yeah. So the three ingredients.
That was very clever.
Amount of attention.
And again, I love the fact that you said the data.
It's good. I was, actually, I just forced to make the that's what I was trying to do. Some kind of understanding.
Sorry, let's say that.
How do you use it? Good, this slide was very simple.
Yeah. It was with the staircase. I told Alison at the break, this was the highest score one that we had, that I had.
Thank you.
It's the best because it,
I want to stop sharing. It's just, okay, you can go ahead.
All right.
Because it's still recording.
Oh, I see. That was it. Yeah. So because it's just a very clear narrative, and if you have a clear story, it has a set of steps, and you just go through it. It's fine. I like this. Calm. You. I could have mentioned it in my feedback, but I didn't. And we didn't deal with in this particular workshop.
So
we didn't talk about leadership in crisis or leadership in times of real struggle. You mentioned it a couple of times, but that's where most of my current research is. And I think you're calm most of the time. But then you said, will you be assertive? But you were talking now about your behavior. Think of the context. Most of the time, the context is very calm. But every now and then we get challenged, we get disrupted, something terrible happens, and something good happens. And that's when leadership is really important. And that's when you need to be assertive when needed. Yes. So when your daughter, most of the time she's fine, but there'll be times when she's really difficult.
Yes.
When you have to really be a different kind of mother, not a nurturing and caring one, but a fun one.
Yes.
And the same with leadership.
Thank you.
So no, you've got the highest score.
Thank you, Steve. One of the things that's not taking us over. The trouble is that the thing is that was the goodness of it. You took it on sentence, but we hate to then transform and yes, we were saying I can't. I like you form a constructive feedback. I want to provide. Yes, but I can't criticize when I think there isn't anything I'm making up. And this was this one, the ethical leadership.
When I was talking in the new, the freshness about commanding attention, that's what you did. She really did. And it is a combination of what visual. Some people command attention by being very clever with the picture. So I made that finish. So that worked really well, didn't it? But it was because but you were very clear, forceful, and passionate.
And that's it. What you say is, Yafin was big revelation because I thought she's very, charismatic and you one thing to being of the arts like person, and she comes up with this scientific. And I love that juxtaposition. It was kind of like so everybody kind of offered a different version of themselves. Because in the meeting, I just said you were very quiet. When you were there, I said that
Sorry.
So just want to make the best of
Food photo ತೊಗೊಂಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ರೇಟ್
One of the things I said in the beginning is that I'm even though you would like to sit somewhere. I thought I did some house that's that case study with somebody who was you were very much
you not required the power card.
I'll check. How many minutes? 40 minutes.
Yes. 1 hour it will become. Also supposed to join some online via recording. Can it possible to join the Teams link?
Teams.
Shall I send to you?
Yes. Where will you send, on the email or?
Email only.
Do I give my email? You have my email ID or I can?
No, sir. You can just tell me. I'll forward to you.
I'll anyway keep it for charge.
I'll put it. You just put it your email ID. I give it some shit. Leave it.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And don't be strange. It's
Do you require slide changer or do you want to change it to a laptop?
I can change to the laptop.
Okay. You can use as just a point.
Sure. I've entered it, not entered it.
Sometimes that's what I mean. I mean, it's the day. Something like it on the side.
Yeah, very.
It's a British
Later on that one.
I'll put it. Okay.
You do need to be.
I'll just get one more.
Yeah.
Sure. I will remember and I can read that maybe this one. Everyone, of course, what is? You'll be forever known as a focus. Right, okay, so my 2 key points. I'm trying, I can see that was because I can just get it. Yeah, you learn. It's disruptive. We don't think of it as being, you know, shit, we're going to I can see it when it's I can feel like it's done both the island. The illustration, people are laughing. And once they're on, that's not an impossible to be able to do. I mean, probably we do. What we do is seriously waiting. You understand the one that I can understand. I know exactly sitting on the course and the doesn't make a look at the issue. Still, so looking at you, and that
Where is it? This one? Not.
it's like but this is finding mention in suspects, very good human reasons. So it's you said it's
Expensive?
engage and need to visual and we need to start looking at Saturday over the time.
I think we're all set. Yeah.
What you say? As I go, I'm good. So that's good. And that's what we need to do. And we talk about it. I know which one yours is. Yours is the tree. And I thought it's. So considered. So yeah. Silver. So that's what I really loved about yours. And they're very generous. And you're against it. So everything you do is very good. And I just see you this sort of hard kind of approach about retail. It is doesn't make you know it is a challenge and you don't have to that you know you study you see what this is a news they move forward. And that's one of the presentations. So I don't really know what to say. Actually, you know, and it was drawing stuff on the do that. Oh, actually, my so that was very strong. I should really thought of some examples. I think it's something like creativity. I hope so. Very stuff. No fuss. I was like, oh no, what am I going to say? What?
Yeah, my kids, yeah, yes, on the job.
Welcome back. Can we settle down so that we can start the next session? Pardon?
This being the more happy, get close to the end and discipline goes.
Yeah. Okay. So welcome back, everyone. We've had a very interesting session in the morning, and we now move on to the last session of this conference, training, workshop, whatever you want to call it. This experience, yes, very much. So as you have experienced from the last 3 days, there is a very interesting Indian context set up by DST. So we have had experience with finance, governance, role models, and today with all of the startup made in India culture that we are embracing, we have with us a very experienced person, Dr. Vijay Singh from Indian Institute of Science currently. He has a very interesting background. He has been in industry R&D for the last about 10 years before moving to IISc into academia R&D. And he has this very interesting outlook, which very few of us have, wherein he knows how to connect between the industry and the academia. And today he's going to share with us over the next 40 to 45 minutes what experiences he would like to share. Over to you, Dr. Vijay.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. So as I walked in over the last half an hour, there was a tone that was going on, and Dr. Ganga, I think, just about started her presentation, her talk. It was a very beautiful, very moving conversation that she had. And I'm hoping that we won't disrupt that thought, we won't disrupt that flow. Part of it gets a little on the technical side, but we will figure out. Please help me stay with that particular tone. So we will speak on intellectual property rights and technology commercialization as the core of the discussion. We won't call it a talk, more like a discussion. So I'm hoping that we will all participate in it. Before we go formally into the actual discussions of intellectual property rights, in keeping in tune with the subtopic that we had on pathways for women scientists to lead or leadership related with women, I thought it would be appropriate of us to look back at some of the incredible leadership we have witnessed over the last few years, more in our recent memory. And one of them that stands out, and it stood out very, very strongly in very stark contrast to just about everywhere else in the world, is that of New Zealand. So the Prime Minister of New Zealand, the way she handled the COVID crisis, the COVID situation, was very, very different from what we saw in majority of the world. And the whole world stood up to take note of the leadership and were very, very moved by what she did and how she did. Few more examples that we'll look at. Some of them would be familiar to all of us, and some of them might be new faces. People who have worked in the domain of biotechnology would be aware of Jennifer Doudna. She received the Nobel Prize in 2020 for chemistry for her work on CRISPR systems. And to the extent that we have read about her, to the extent that we know about her, she provides incredible inspiration for many of us to continue our work in science, to get into the field of research and other aspects, including ethical responsibility. The way she pushes on ethical aspects of CRISPR technology, for instance, is very inspiring. She also happens to be, she and Dr. Dardna and Carpentier, they both are among the, they are the first women to share a Nobel in the sciences. We'll look at some of the statements from there, from directly from Dr. Jennifer. What does she talk about in some of these aspects of leadership? One of the problems in the biotech world was lack of women in leadership roles, and she commits to changing that, and she has been doing that. That also provides some sort of a guidance that all of us here can play that role for someone that we interact with in our own universities, in our own workplaces that we go to. People will look up to us to probably find their pathways towards some leadership aspects in different aspects of science, technology, in particular, but other things as well. She talks about her own inspiration, how she was inspired, and apparently someone from University of Hawaii came to give a talk on a field of related with biochemistry. Back then, she did not know much about biochemistry, but apparently that was the thing that moved her. And she then, in her own words, she then looked up towards science, towards biochemistry as a potential career opportunity. She talks about how impressive that person was, and all of us here can actually, to some extent, be that or make an effort to emulate that. One more person from India, Missile Women of India. I don't know why she's not known by too many people, but an incredible personality. Do we know who is a Missile Woman of? We know the Missile Man of India, Abdul Kalam. Absolutely. She also an incredible force. She's done incredible work. She has worked with Dr. Kalam, and then all the Agni missile related projects was handled by her. And she's brought incredible changes to, sorry, something keeps interrupting here. She's led many technical or technological developments on the missile systems in India. And not only that, turns out what happened was, I may not need the pointer, but so turns out what happened was there was a time when India was looking to acquire some technologies, and just about every country refused. And the leadership of Dr. Tessie Thomas, incredible person that she is, she took it upon herself to develop the technology indigenously, and she has become an incredible force where she pushes a lot of indigenous technology development. So with that as the background, we will look at the contents of what we typically talk about when we talk of intellectual property rights, and wherever possible, we'll try to make some connections along the lines of what we just discussed and what Dr. Ganga was talking about when I just got in. Most of the discussions sort of lend weights to itself particularly so in the domain of intellectual property rights when we are talking about different case studies, and that case studies is about different battles, different wars, different issues that seem to be happening, one technology versus another, one company versus another, one group versus another. And here we've already introduced ourselves to Dr. Jennifer and Emmanuel. What this relates to the idea of a patent battle. So what happened was somewhere around 2012, Dr. Jennifer and her group, they filed a patent application. 6 months or 7 months later, there was another patent application filed by Feng Zhang. Feng Zhang is from that Harvard and MIT collaboration, which is a broad institute, and Dr. Jennifer from the from UC Berkeley. They filed a patent on the very same technological area, which is related with CRISPR. Through the course of time, patents take a little while to get granted. It takes longer in some countries than it does in others. And here, meanwhile that the patents were getting evaluated, she won the Nobel Prize in chemistry in the year 2020. And meanwhile, Feng Zhang and his group at the Broad Institute, they sort of made a claim that it was them that brought about the working of this technology on the CRISPR-Cas9 system. So instead of Dr. Jennifer getting credit, it should be Feng Zhang and his group that should be getting the credit. And as generally happens, we filed patent in different countries. So initially they filed in the US, eventually in the Europe and other countries and so on and so forth. Both the groups filed that. And in the US, the way the patent office was moving, it seemed to favor one group, and in the Europe they favored another group because some of the details won't be too relevant to us. But the point is that one group seemed to be getting the favor of the US Patent Office in the US, and the other group was seemingly getting favor of the Patent Office in Europe. The reasons were to do with some sort of technicalities, what papers were filed, who were listed, who were not listed, who were the inventors, who were the owners of the IP, things along those lines. It also, of course, has different repercussions in how the commercialization happens, how the companies approach you, and what the court systems do. So in this particular case, what happened was the court went back to the email exchanges of these inventors. The court went into looking at the lab records of the inventors to identify who it is that made the initial contributions towards the development of the technology and who should get the rightful credit. And herein lies a little bit of motivation for us. Many times what happens as students when we are doing our PhD or any of the research work, we tend to be a little lax on how we take our lab notes, how we do our record keeping. This was one of those cases, one of those case laws, which had which made a compelling case about how world over people need to be very, very diligent in how they maintain their lab notes. The consequences of this were not where it continues to be. The consequences of this is actually massive. Even just few months back, late last year, between September and December, there were new developments where Jennifer and her group decided to pull out their patent application from Europe. Reason? Another lesson that we come across in our interactions with the world around us, right? We file a patent, we have a technology, we take it to the market, the technology gains traction, it gets acceptance, and immediately you have people around us trying to pull us down. there'll be a lot of litigations being filed against us. Everybody will claim that this works. The work that we have patented, it lacks credibility. It needs to be pulled down. It needs to be invalidated. And same thing happens even here. Same thing happened here too. So in the Europe too, many objections were filed to her patent application, and it stood the scrutiny for a very, very long time. And finally, it came to a place where there are little more details to that, but we'll not bother ourselves with those details. They decided to pull their patent out from the European Patent Office. Two things that stand out from this particular story. One is that whenever we as researchers are coordinating different IP related activities, engage in our task, we need to make sure our IPs are filed at the right time, as soon as possible. The earliest that we have enough details available, we need to make sure our IPs are filed. And other incredibly important thing, we maintain our diligent lab notes. We get our students to maintain their diligent lab notes. Few more stories, but in the interest of time, we will skip some of them and go directly to other aspects. We'll go to the definition of intellectual property. As the word itself indicates, intellectual property, it's a property associated with the intellect, with the creation of the human mind. And many times it's sort of in some ways it's like an out of the box thinking. We have a technical problem, we want to solve the technical problem. We think out of the box, so to say. We come up with some technical solution to a problem, and that becomes an intellectual property. How does it become a right? The intellectual property becomes a right when it goes through some statutory process. For example, a patent. We'll come to the formal definition of a patent, but patent is intellectual property that has become a right, intellectual property right. Overall, in the domain of intellectual property, we typically, this is an umbrella term. We talk about, in general, 7 different kinds of IP, intellectual property, patent being one of them. And some countries we call it utility patent, but it's understood that it's a utility patent. Others are copyright, trade secret, trademark, geographical indications. We'll not talk about them, but over the course of the discussions, we'll talk more about the patents. As has come to be very well acknowledged, very well known, very well accepted, any single product that you take, the laptop, the smartphone, the microphone, the mouse, just about any product that you take, it has incredible portfolio of IPs backing it. It has collection of patents, designs, trademarks, copyright, secrets, whole bunch of things. And what that tells us also is that supposing we have a patent on a particular technology, we may not be in a position to practice it, in the sense we may not be in a position to take it to the market the way it actually stands. Why? Because there are a whole bunch of things that that back a particular technology. We need to be certain of any infringement that we might be engaging in of other people's rights. So we said we'll focus on the patents. We'll look at what the definition is. The patent is an exclusive right granted by a state. So it's sort of a monopoly. And state would be the government. So for example, the government of India would give us that right. The government of UK, the government of USA, wherever we file a patent, that particular government will give us that right. And it's a contractual right, in the sense it's a contract between us and the government. But what we do is we disclose our invention, we disclose our technology in the form of an application. And once it's granted, the grant is the right that is provided by the government, where the government says, okay, fine, you have exclusivity. That exclusivity will last for 20 years, and you can do a whole bunch of things with that. What can we do? We can make it, we can license it, we can sell it, we can offer to sell. So a whole bunch of rights associated with this, with her technology. And in this particular patent, it's granted for an invention. So we need to be aware of what an invention is. Invention is some technical solution that is new, that is novel. It has to be new everywhere in the world, not just in India. I may file a patent in India, but when the test of novelty is for all over the world. It has to be inventive. Inventive meaning it should be non-obvious. For instance, if there might be a fan, it has 3 blades, and I decide that I'm going to add 1 more blade to that and file a patent. The patent office is going to reject that because it's a very obvious thing. You have 3 blades, you add another blade. That's a very obvious thing. So it has to be inventive. It should be non-obvious, and it must have an industrial application, some sort of utility. Couple of misnomers that people have. One is the assumption, the thought that there is something called as a worldwide patent, and turns out there is no such thing as a worldwide patent. The patents are all territorial. Patent in India holds true only in India. You can enforce it only in India, and likewise for other countries. There are a few other aspects of patents that we need to be aware of that helps us. One is we already know the territorial aspect of it. The other is the time frame for which a patent might be active, and it is 20 years if we continue to maintain the patent by paying the appropriate statutory fees. What are some of the different reasons for patenting? A whole bunch of reasons, but one of them is this sort of a virtuous cycle where every research that we do, every activity that we indulge in, it takes money. To do research takes money. There is some source of funding which funds all of these R&D activities, and the output of R&D activities is all kinds of intellectual property, patents being one of the types of intellectual property. And once we have this intellectual property, we commercialize it. We take it to the market, we license it out, we have startups, and the proceeds of commercialization, that is the royalty revenues, etc., they again create the funds, it goes back to the source, and then the whole cycle continues. That's the ideal scenario that we look at, that's the ideal scenario that we aim for. Apart from that, though, there are still a good number of reasons why patenting has become important. There is something called as a global innovation index, where different countries are ranked with respect to the innovations that they seem to bring about. Many of the rankings of universities have some sort of a tie-up with the patenting activities. Mergers and acquisitions in the companies that happen, one of the things that they look at is what sort of IP the other company has, and recognizing good employees in the sense of the ones that technically contribute towards this patenting process, coming up with different solutions. And most of the companies that we might be associated with, we might work with, they have also this some sort of an incentive mechanism, wherein you come up with an invention, you report an invention to the local IP council, in-house IP councils, and there is a monetary compensation associated with every patent that you file. Some countries, in European countries, the government mandates that that the inventors need to be compensated. We don't have such government mandates in India, but every company does that. We spoke about Global Innovation Index, and 2024, India stood at 39, our position globally, and that was the progress. And this was in 2013. We were ranked at 66 thereabouts, and slowly we've moved up, and we continue to move up. Hopefully, all of us will make contribution towards our moving up further up on that scale. Some patent-related statistics, country-wise proportion of women who are active as inventors in different countries. So this was taken from one of those WIPO documents. India is here. A lot more progress that we need to do. All of us here, we need to ensure that we are filing more patents. Also, the work that we do, we need to figure out what might be patentable. So our own organizations will have the IP councils. We need to engage with the IP councils and see what we can do. And some statistics mentioned here. Globally, women account for 16% of the inventors. And in India, during a particular time frame, that number, that percentage-wise, it stood at about 10%. There's a lot of scope for improvement. There's a lot more we can push. Different governments, different organizations, they come up with different support mechanisms to help women in different roles. One of these roles, I think, part of this meeting is organized by the DST, and DST also has come up with incredibly good schemes. One of them is that WISE scheme. I think that's part of this, Women in Science and Engineering, and there's also this WISE IPR that Women in Science and Engineering, they take up roles in intellectual property rights. So every year, I don't know what the number is, but I think 10 or 12 or some such thing, women are selected to participate in the intellectual property IPR processes. So they are placed in different organizations, different companies. I know they are placed in TCS, they are placed in different law firms. Every year, one person comes to IISc for training in the intellectual property, the entire field of intellectual property rights. And this is one of the initiatives that has helped a lot of women go back to the workforce. They would have discontinued for a variety of reasons, and then this provides yet another opportunity to come back on the mainstream. There are also schemes from the government of India which helps women entrepreneurs, both from the startup perspective, also from the perspective of patent filing. So there's an 80% reduction in the filing fees for women inventors in India. There's also good assistance from the government with respect to promoting women entrepreneurship, both with respect to funding and other mentorship programs. So there are places that you can go to that will provide a lot of information on the schemes that we can use, leverage. So coming back to the title of the patents and patentability, we spoke about invention, and there are a few aspects that we discussed about invention. But what are the type of things? What are the types of inventions that we can file a patent for in India? And it's true in most of the countries. The patent laws are slightly different in different countries, but there is very good similarity too. We can file a patent for a new product. We can file a patent for a new method or a new process. Either of them, the new product or new method that we have, they must have an inventive step. Inventive step, as we already know now, is being a non-obvious improvement in the technology, in the problem that we are trying to solve, and it must have some industrial application. So effectively, it's a two-step process. Whatever work that we are doing, we need to first identify if there's a novel feature. And once we have identified the novel feature, we need to check if that particular novel feature that we have identified it meets inventiveness. We'll talk a little bit more on what this inventiveness or non-obvious thing is. Novelty, of course, we already mentioned that it has to be novel anywhere in the world. And how do we know if something is novel anywhere in the world? It's not very different from how we do our literature survey when we are writing a paper or for a journal. We do a literature search, we do a literature survey. Here, it's not very different. We do again a literature search, but not only in the journals and manuscripts, but also in the patent database. That is the only difference between writing a paper and practicing a patent-related activity. We spoke about inventiveness. Now the question that arises is it has to be inventive or non-obvious to whom? It can be, is it from the perspective of a child, from a researcher, from an expert in the field? Our work has to be non-obvious to whom? The patent literatures around the world, they talk about something called as a person of ordinary skill in the art. Posita, we call it posita, person of ordinary skill in the art. But who is a posita? Who is a person of ordinary skill in the art? And patent office of across the world, they talk about a person who has some technical knowledge of the field, but not inventive capacity. And when we are assessing a particular work, we typically take it as a second year or so grad student, from the perspective of grad student, whether or not that particular work would be obvious. This is typically a flowchart that we follow in evaluating our work, whether or not it's patentable. The first thing to do is do an IP mining itself. In our work, we try and get something that we think might be patentable. We identify the closest art, prior arts, and that we search in the patent databases. There is Google Patents, lens.org, PatentScope. Many wonderful and freely available ones. We do a search in that. Once we have done the search, we need to find a differentiating feature between what we have searched and what we have worked on. And we need to make sure that we highlight the discriminating feature between the two. If we find that our work and the prior art, they are identical, we would say that it lacks novelty and it cannot be patented. If we decide that there are discriminating features between our work and the prior art, then the next question we would ask is that of obviousness. If it's obvious, then we don't waste our resources filing a patent. If it's not obvious, is when we move to the next step of filing a patent application. As a summary, these are the key requirements for a patent. One is subject matter eligibility. We'll talk a little bit more on that, about 10 more minutes, is it? Okay. We'll talk a little bit more on what that subject matter eligibility is. Novelty, non-obviousness, the description, how the patent application describes how the invention is made, how it works, all of that. It has to be a very good description, and the utility part. Sometimes what happens, we may have all the ingredients that we need. The work is novel, the work is inventive, it has industrial utility. Still, we cannot file a patent application for that. And that is where the subject matter comes in. For example, we'll talk about a few more examples, but something that may be very, very relatable. Someone comes to us, they tell us, look, I'll give you money for some research. I need you to make me a master key. We can do it. We can make the master key that will open many, many locks. And we can also file a patent for it. But it is going to create incredible mess in the society. We know that, right? And so the patent office will not grant a patent for that. It's something that goes against the moral ethos all over the world. You want to file a patent on something related with a nuclear bomb or a nuclear missile. some weapon of mass destruction. We cannot. All over the world, the patent offices are going to reject it. They goes against the basic order of the society. So along those lines, there are some subject matters which we cannot file a patent for. Some of them are listed here, but in the Indian Patent Office, there are 16 categories overall. One of them is the atomic energy that we spoke about, and they're all listed in Section 3 and Section 4 of the Indian Patents Act. Some of the things, some of the obvious things, traditional knowledge, use of neem, use of turmeric, use of tulsi, something that we have been doing from generations, right? For many years. People have tried to do that. People have tried to patent curcumin from turmeric, but you cannot do that because it's a traditional knowledge. Discoveries, Raman effect, special theory of relativity, general theory of relativity. They can, Newton's laws, right? They're all discoveries. We cannot patent them. They are theories, but we can use them to make something that would become patentable. Whole bunch of things more, but one in particular that we'll talk about, method of treatment, method of diagnostics. Both in Europe and in India, it is not patentable. Something we need to be sensitive about. But we have a device like an X-ray device or an MRI device or an ultrasound device, or medicine, for instance. They are not methods, they are actual devices. Devices we can patent, methods we cannot. Method of doing a surgery we cannot. A device to do a surgery we can patent. Frivolous inventions, in the sense they are totally against the fundamentals of science, right? Someone tried to patent this perpetual motion machine, and as one would expect, that got rejected. So anything that is that goes against the fundamentals, principles of science, they cannot be patented. Some considerations before filing a patent application: don't discuss with anyone, don't reveal it to anyone. You publish your work, it becomes prior art, and then your own patent will work against you. Your own publication will work against you. If you need to discuss with an industry partner or something about potential commercialization, taking it to the market, make sure we have an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, or confidentiality disclosure agreement. In case of confusion, in case of any questions that we may have, clarifications we may need, we should connect with the IP cell of our local organization and get things clarified before we move forward. Also, overall IP management process, the very first thing that we want to do is identify in our work, what is the IP in our work? Are there patents, are there copyrights, are there trademarks, are there trade secrets? We need to identify them and then move forward to the next step, where we protect the IP. Becomes the IP right after we have protected it. After we have got a patent application, it becomes the right, the patent right. Once we have IPR, we don't want to stay static there. We want to move things forward, and intellectual property finds its fulfillment once it gets commercialized. Without commercialization, it is just a piece of paper sitting somewhere. It doesn't serve much purpose. And we also need to worry about IP enforcement. Someone somewhere out there in the world is copying our patent. How do we make sure that they don't? We had to talk also about this IP commercialization. I'll just take another maybe 2-3 minutes and then close with that. So IP commercialization is one of the pain points for all the IP offices around the world, in the industry, in the academia, everywhere. In the academia, people want to make sure that the IPs get commercialized. In the industry, people want to take IPs forward, but what happens is there's a communication gap between the industry and the academia. When we want to do a technology commercialization, we wanted to have a transfer of technology. There are gaps that need to be filled, and we face those gaps on an everyday basis. There's gaps with respect to the goals. industry wants a quarterly sort of movement or less. University, they're sometimes talking about years, 2 years, 3 years, like a master's project, a PhD project. So there's a mismatch in the timelines that we sometimes talk about. There's also a mismatch in the legalities. One of the things which is called as indemnification, the liability. Who takes liability for what? And many of our agreements get stuck because of this phrase, a word of indemnification. The academia don't want to step forward and take some risk. The industry says the academia needs to take a step forward, but we are not aligned on that. The other part is about finances. Usually people are very, very flexible on the finances part with respect to technology commercialization. The way things can be commercialized, one, you give the IP to a particular company. The company has the resources. They will commercialize, take it to the market and share the revenues with us. That is a simple thing. The other thing that we can do is have a startup entrepreneurship, and many universities, they support entrepreneurship. They provide facilities, they provide mentorship, they provide seed grants, they provide connect with the VCs, with the angel investor. That ecosystem is there, ecosystem is developing. There's also support for women entrepreneurship. We spoke about some aspects of that. So that is one thing we can, all of us can look at. And we'll skip all of that. These are some examples of some of the faculty members at the institute at IISc who have not only done incredible work, they have an incredible portfolio of IPs, patents, but some of them have translated those into startups. So Professor Nagasumachandra, for instance, about 2 years back, she started this startup called HealthSeek for precision medicine and biomarker related activities. Professor Abha Mishra from the institute, she had done this work on non-invasive glucose monitoring. So her patent recently got granted, and the startup is in the early stages of incubation. So all of us, our own work, we can see how we can probably take it forward, either through the entrepreneurial spirit or through licensing it to any of the companies. And a general statistics of US in many ways has been a place which has set the path on many fronts, and technology commercialization. The activities, the range of activities, the depth of activities are incredible. And some of the statistics that we draw from there, for instance, life science related research work, they see most activity with respect to technology transfer between academia and the industry. So I think with that, I will stop. If there are any questions, any discussions, any differing viewpoints, then we can take them up.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. It was nice talk. Actually, I just wanted to know regarding that startups. Since we are in central government job, so is there any facility related? We are in. I am in Central Leather Research Institute, which is situated in Chennai. So suppose if we are looking for any startup, actually I have filed a patent, and it is going to be a grant. So now, in that case, I just wanted to know what and all process are there for any startup.
Your organization will have a TBI, Technology Business Incubator.
Okay.
The role of the TBI is to help the inventors, help the researchers with all the processes related with a startup. They will help you incubate. They will help you get the seed funds. They will give you many times they will give you the seed funds. They will arrange for this mentorship. So the first place to connect would be the TBI of your organization. And most organizations, all the IITs, NITs, IIC, TIFR, I know for sure, they are very, very encouraging with respect to entrepreneurship. I suspect it would be any different in your organization.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Sir, I have few questions to you. Like patent has to be before it is getting granted, it has to be protected, right? Like when patent is filed through IP cell, so first the inventor has to disclose the invention to the IP cell, right? So through invention disclosure form. So IP cell consists of multiple members.
Right.
So one is how is it handled? How is the privacy of the patent is handled by the IP cell? That is one question. And another is like if suppose in during computations, if the institute resources are not used, but faculty is from the institute, and based on the computational resources, the faculty invents something. So in that case, is it compulsory that the patent should be filed in the name of the institute only, or the inventor can go, even though the inventor doesn't take any claim from the institute, or is it fair or ethical that the inventor can file in the inventor's name? And what is the I mean percentage share that IIC adopts between the inventor and institute, like while getting the while in terms of royalty?
Yeah, at IIC it is 70-30%. 70% of the royalty revenue goes to the inventors and 30% to the institute. The second question was regarding the IP ownership. Who owns the IP when you have done the work outside of the institute resource ecosystem? Every institute has or should have their own IP policy. And the IP policy of IISc says that if you have done any work with not significant use of the institute resources, then IISc will not claim ownership on that. The ownership will vest with the inventor. So they can file on their own name. And there are people who do that. The first question was with respect to
Invention disclosure to IP cell.
right, privacy and confidentiality and all of that. All the staff of a typical IP office, they need to sign an NDA where they cannot disclose anything. And people working in the field of IP, generally, if you have noticed, if they have stayed in the field of IP long enough, they become very good at holding secrets. The confidentiality is always maintained, and it is required as part of the job. It is required to maintain the confidentiality. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other question? Yeah.
There was one slide on the patent statistics which you showed, which actually reflected the patents registered by women in science.
Right.
I'm just curious, like what would be the fraction if we include the men, basically?
Like two genders, so men and women. Yes. So what we saw was like 10% in that period was for women inventors. So rest of them would be men inventors now.
No, it was only shown for the women. For example, 16% or something over different countries.
Right.
So if you were to do the same stat for men in science, what would be the percentage?
No, 84. Right.
No. It was a relative measure only for comparison, only for women patents.
Right.
In different countries. So I don't think the thing was that includes the patents from men.
No, I didn't keep any specific statistics on the men part of it, but I would assume it would stand to reason that if.
No, it's country-wise proportion of women.
Right. So for example, in India, for that particular time period, it was about 7 or so % contribution. The women inventors, right? This was for PCT applications. People who have filed a PCT application. Yeah. So I guess the question is not yet clear to me.
No, this says country-wise proportion of women indents as inventors in different countries.
Right.
So
I think may I add to you? I think madam is asking like certain percentage is shown as women patent filed by exclusively by women, and she wants to know like what
exclusivity is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So can we take it like the remaining percentage out of like excluding the 16%, whatever that 84% comes with men and women? Is it like that? Or?
Right. No, so this was not on a given patent application. You may have one is you can have only women inventors and you can have mixed people. This is not differentiating between that. Yeah, this is not differentiating that the only women inventors. It's the contributions that has come overall. If 100 patents were filed, how many were women inventors listed, either independently or mixed?
What do you mean by that?
Right. It is in the patent literature, it's called as expedited RFE, expedited request for examination. So what happens is when we file a patent application, the normal process is after 18 months, it will get published, then it will go for examination with the patent office. The examiners, the controllers, they will examine, they will send you the reviews of objections and rejections, and then you respond to that, and probably 3 years, 4 years, sometimes 10 years later, the patent gets granted. That is a normal pathway. The other pathway is the expedited pathway, expedited request for examination. What happens is the paperwork essentially goes to the top of the pile. So they prioritize that, they process that, and sometimes what we have seen in less than 1 year, 7 months, for instance, we got a patent granted because of the expedited pathway. We do have to pay more money, yes. Yeah, otherwise people will not go, right? So recently what happened, no, in September 2021, there was this 80% reduction in the fees for many universities, for women, for startups, etc. So after that September 2021, all the patents that we file in ISC are all filed in expedited request for examination. The fees, I think it used to be 60,000, I don't know, I don't recall now, for expedited request for examination. From 60,000, it has come down to almost 4,000 rupees. There has been a reduction. It's been beneficial.
That's the close, but we are not yet to the close. Before I get to the closing ceremony per se, I would like to invite Mike and Alison for a bouquet from our side. What you said, what you said, what you said. Let's get right back there. But it's Valentine's Day. Oh, yeah, Valentine's. It's so nice. Thank you. Much less. Oh, lovely. Thank you. So I hope you all agree with me that it's been a very interesting session. So we come to the close of this thing, and I know that you're all interested in the photos. So I have a very select few photos. Unfortunately, I could get time only for the first day, and I made a special request with him that we took this group photo with Professor Anupudi. Please include that additional. So they are running in the background, and the rest of them will be uploaded, and you can see at your wish and download as per. The link will be sent to everybody else. So we now get on with the closing ceremony, and I would like to first start with the certificates. I request Professor Mike, Dr. Alison, Raj from British Council, and Mr. Tamil from High Commission of British High Commission from Bangalore. So I request you all, as I read out names, to please come forward for a few certificates each and hand over the certificates to the participants. I'll read out the names and hand over the. Yeah, one at a time. Yeah. Good. So that we have distribution of labor. Miss Amuda Krishnan. Central. No, but he's having uniform. It's okay. Oh. Yeah, it's okay, fine. Enough. We have Miss Samudra Krishnan. Miss Reshmi Balachandran. Miss Priya Reshmi. Yeah. Next, Sarita can be ready. Dr. Sarita Aduri. Hima. Next. Ready. Mamta next. And then now request Alison to do the honors. Thanks, Mike. Yasmin. Congratulations. Dr. Yasmin Kambapati. Kambapati. Yasmin. Yeah, that's right. Shama. Dr. Sushama and Iripunji. Roslyn. Rosalind. They all have such beautiful names, don't they? Rosalind Sahu. Rosalind. Thank you. Thanks, Alison. And now invite Mr. Raj. There's no it's be framed, you know. Dr. D. Ganga. Parijat De. Dr. Parijat De. Dr. Jayashree Bulusu. Yes. Priyanka. Thank you. Ms. Priyanka Mishra. Divya. Yes, K. Divya. Neena. Miss Dr. Neena G. Supitaki. Isha. Nice. Can I invite Dr. Nisha Nayak. Sujata. Sujata. Yes. Dr. Sister Sujata Yerua. Apeksha. Dr. Apeksha Madhukar. Smita. Dr. Smita Subramanian. India. Dr. Bindia Sabu. Sangeeta. Dr. Sangeeta Sharma. Kitan. Dr. Sheetal Rao. Kalpana. Dr. Kalpana Chaudhary. Jimli. Dr. Jimli Bhattacharya. Not done an equitable distribution.
Yes, I feel like I'm doing more.
Rama Devi. Dr. S.P. Rama Devi.
That was very well done. I love that.
Dr. Vanshika.
Oh, that's a lot.
Vanshika.
I'm looking again. Okay.
Dr. Vanshika Adani. Again. Reshmi. E.A. Reshmi.
Okay.
Dr. E.A. Rashmi. Ramya. Dr. Ramya PG. And last, Ranjini.
Ah, yourself. Excellent.
So with this, we come to the close. So before we close, I request Dr. Allison and Professor Mike to give some closing comments.
Wait, light the slides up again if we can. Yeah,
Put the slides
slides up again. I'm just going to resend.
from this morning's slides.
Yeah, we want the slides back again. Is that okay?
Yeah.
You need me to resend them because I've done them in a different email.
You already sent them?
No, I'll send them.
Oh. Sorry. Come on. Talk.
I just need to look at the waves.
So this is a natural break because, as you know, we're very agile, very adaptive. And what we've managed to do while we were listening with such interest to the intellectual property presentation is that we've collected together your views about the presentations and the people's choice. And we have three that have been identified by you. We're very, very pleased. That means that you've taken a stake in the family, in the collective, which is important. So, and we brought some certificates for those 3 to give them recognition, which I know that you'll get behind and support. And so we're just going to put the slides up that represent the 3 chosen people's. We'll call them people's choice. I think that's a nice idea. Just in a closing remark, I don't want to say a lot more. I'm guilty always of speaking too much, but I'm so enthusiastic about leaving a tiny little impression with you all. There's such talent, such energy, such enthusiasm. And you've come in the morning and you've been buzzing in the evening. You don't have a fall off like I quite often find in my workshops. And that keeps Alison and I lively and energetic as well. Big thank you, Rajani, to our host. And to her team, the team always there for us, whether it's the catering, the campus, we know it's just a beautiful place to do this. We've managed to use 3 or 4 venues and walking between, and the conversations that we have between the buildings are important, and you've been staying here as well. So that's really worked very well, and thank you for that. Thank you also to our sponsors, both the High Commission and British Council, who've been here and there, always interested, always concerned that the programme of which they're responsible, their duty of care for the programme is working well. And we've always felt a huge sense of teamwork and support from your colleague who started with us and who stayed with us throughout. But my biggest thank you personally is to you, all of you. You've enriched the workshop. The responsibility you have when your directors ask you to do something like this is huge. Because if you came and you didn't take it seriously, that would be an opportunity lost for someone else. I don't need to say that with this group, because you've really justified the choice that your director, the confidence that he or she, probably is a he or she, have made in you. And think forward yourselves. So when you're leaders, as you are now, but when you're real leaders with the ability to send people to workshops, take the same gravitas that your leaders have in sending you here. This is a play it forward. The investment that Ukieri and the Council, British Council, British High Commission, Coventry through its as a resource and the energy that we've tried to bring, the investment here is to play it forward. It's not just for you, I'm afraid. It's for the impact that you'll have, and it's for your nation. And it's for the contribution that India will make to my family and our nation and our United Nations. So you know my view, I feel very global, and it's been a real pleasure to have worked with you over these 3 or 4 days. So thank you.
So we have the certificate. Sorry, Mike, you're going to have to. Sorry if you're live presenting certificates. Yeah, it's it. Thank you. So in no particular order, the people choices are and I have, yeah. So you have to come and get your certificate. I'd just like to add, it was all really close. There was very little to choose between, and it was interesting. We also had in our minds what we thought, and it was interesting how we were all we're all thinking the same. This group thought that's going on, so it's wonderful. Yes. I feel bad we've got nothing other than a certificate. and, you know, the joy that you gave everyone. Okay. I would also add that you have to write your own name in it because neither Mike and I had a pen. Thank you. Thank you. So the next one, oh, thank you. Brilliant. Is this one. So well done. Well done.
But it's all your support that made me get this. Thank you so much.
Oh, so lovely. And then the last but not least, as we say in the UK, here, this one. Well done. This was, they were all, like I said, really close, and it was an impossible task. Thank you.
The economist in me tells me this. Thank you. If the names aren't on these become tradable assets. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
It was also, they only gave us 3 certificates, so if you wrote the name wrong,
yes,
we didn't have another one we could have given you. So, thank you so much.
Okay. May I now request Dr. Raj to give a few words on behalf of British Council, followed by Mr. Selvi on from British High Commission.
What an energy today. And I'm glad that I'm coming on the final day. So firstly, Dr. Anjani and her team, really thank you to you. It's been a great program so far. So a big round of applause again for her and her team. British Council, basically, I had the education programs and partnerships, and as part of the overall portfolio, UCARI has been part of our lives for more than 2 decades now almost. And when in 2006, when we launched this program, I think the whole idea was that we should be able to bring together the research community, the innovators and the pathfinders together on both sides. And standing here witnessing this, great energy into this room is a testimony to the program that we have put together. What I want to say is, I think in few words, British Council basically has programs where we are trying to bring the ecosystem of education, research and innovation together on both sides. And there are a few other programs which have been doing it very ably. Going Global Partnerships program is another one some of you might have heard, which brings together researchers and academicians to put together as an opportunity to design courses which are futuristic and design courses which are going to make changes in the way we teach and learn. In terms of the work that we are doing, I think our job was to bring a systemic approach to bring all of you together. I mean, that's the only thing I can say here, because the magic has been done by Alison and Professor Mark Hardy and Coventry team. And it is your effort who has brought so much of meaning and insight into this program. So for us, it's very heartening to kind of see that something that we taught and designed has been able to make a difference in everybody's life. And this program is also a fallout of something that we started way back in 5-6 years ago, which was again with DST and British Council came together to launch a program called Gati. And the idea was to sort of create a space, a systemic space where we promote more and more leadership of women in science and research. And I think couldn't be more proud about the fact that, as followed of that program, we have this program. And I think I'm going to take away a lot of insights in terms of how do we continue this momentum. Because I think for us, this is a stepping stone for a much larger sort of a, thinking and creating of opportunities for more and more women leaders to come forward in science and research. So really, from the bottom of my heart, a big thank you to everybody who's been part of this program from the design to its implementation today. And I look forward to more and more opportunities to be with you all. Thank you.
I'm Tamal Chandru, Head of Programs for Science and Innovation within the High Commission. Being the last person before the lunch is not a great spot to be put on, so I'll keep it very, very short. So a couple of takeaways for me attending this session is I was able to see the amount of capability that exists in this room as women leaders for today and tomorrow. And we want to take this, experience that I got today to ensure this is embedded and cut across all the programs that we do bilaterally. We don't want this to be like a one-off example. Women in STEM, Women in Science in UKRE is a great program that we have been doing under UKRE brand for the last 2 decades, like Raj was saying. But these are like one-off examples that we see where we put in efforts for bringing out women leaders, women scientists out and about to do different things. But we see a lot of inequality, disparity in the kind of bilateral programs that we do at a G2G level. So a kind of a proactive measure that we are doing as UK government to work with India is to ensure EDA is embedded into our bilateral commitment. So in a couple of months' time, we are going to have a ministerial dialogue between both the science ministers. As part of that, we are trying to put together a joint declaration for EDI, which sits in the core of our commitments. Whatever R&D programs that we are going to invest in future has to ensure that EDI is part of it, and we are able to see more of equality, diversity, and inclusion in all our programs. So that's one of the commitments I want to share here in this forum. And there are also other programs outside UKRE. I know Raj may not appreciate because UKRE is kind of brainchild and he's been invested for many years. But we also have other programs that I want to promote because I see a lot of researchers in this room. We used to do this program called Newton Baba, which I used to head. Now that has come to its natural closure. We are now moving into a different funding mechanism called International Science Partnership Fund. This is a UK's R&D global program. India is a partner, natural partner, and a key player to work with. We have been running a pilot under this ISPF program for the last 2 years, but more funding is yet to come. So in the next financial year and onwards, we are going to see a lot of new call for proposal opportunities in R&D space under this ISPF brand, which British Council will also deliver some of the programs along with UKRI, UK Research and Innovation, and other research councils in the UK in close partnership with Indian government departments like DST, DBT, MOES, so on and so forth. So very much encourage you to apply for these programs. We want to see more women applications. We want to ensure it's an equal split and a measure in all kinds of activities and engagements that we do going forward. So with that, I'll pause and give it back to Professor Anjali, and thanks once again for hosting us. Appreciate it.
Thank you all. And just to correct Mr. Tamil, you're not the last one between lunch. And I have this real big pleasure of thanking many people who have worked behind the scenes. I'm only the face shown here. Please pardon me if I have not had time to really think through. So and this is definitely not in any order. As soon as some name comes onto my mind, I've just noted it down. So please pardon me if I missed out any. But let me first start by thanking the Vice Kiran division of DST, and specifically one name that other than emails, probably you've never heard of her, but Dr. Shama Avasthi, who was instrumental in designing this program and bringing it to this current notion, the way you see it, and who's been continuously the link between cohorts after cohorts, taking the inputs from this cohort, implementing it in the next cohort, and she really deserves a big round of thanks. Um, of course, she's backed by Dr. Umesh Kumar Sharma, who's the HOD of the division. And secondly, British Council, along with the British High Commission, the UKERI initiative, Mrs. Janaka Pushpanathan, along with several other names, Miss Praveena, Miss Prachi, Miss Parul, who have been working behind the scenes, Miss Yogita, who have been working behind the scenes, along with Mr. Raj, to make this come into its current form. Without the background work of British Council and DST, you wouldn't be seeing this program today. So first and foremost, let me thank them for this big initiative. Secondly, I would like to thank all our resource personnel, starting with Professor Mike, Dr. Allison, Professor Ganesh, Professor Anpurni, Professor Anil Kumar, Dr. Vijay, and everyone else. I mean, we can put in any program that we want, but without resource personnel, we would not be doing anything. And thank you all for your immense effort that you have put in. And I know a huge team behind it and a huge amount of experience that talks for itself in your talks. It's not a day's work or a 2 days work. I know it's decades of experience that has pitched in. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart and bottom of all our hearts for putting together this program and bringing it to us. Next, I would like to thank institution directors for nominating such a wonderful set of ladies. You have made this program what it is today. And thank you all for coming in really short notice. I know how difficult it was for all of you to have made. I know you have less than 2 weeks notice, and we have the air show in India, in Bangalore. So all your ticket prices have been jacked up like anything. Finding a ticket was not easy. In spite of it, you made the effort. You put in the effort to be here. Thank you all for this wonderful program. Last but not the least, JNC has, it looks like I'm the face here, but I put in very little effort. There are a large number of people who made running this so smooth. First, to thank Miss Ramya and her team, Naveen, Nandish, and our audiovisual technician. I mean, they're all behind the team. If everything in technology is working smooth, it is because Mr. Dilip is behind it. And he's, in fact, been alone this week, and he's managing multiple sessions across various halls. Thank you, Dilip. Thank you, Ramya, Nandish, Naveen. Thank you all very much for making this a success. I've been joking with people, if it was not for this team behind me, you would all be sleeping on the streets. So thank you all. Without your support, this would not have been possible. And then JNC SR admin, it looks as if like it's a very smooth running, but that's because there is a huge amount of effort that has gone in, both from the admin as well as learnings from the past conferences, which has been inputs have been given from various other sources, which I too am not really aware, but I know that there is a huge effort which goes in to make this conference an efficient organization to give you a pleasant experience. So please, I would really appreciate the help from Jane's CSR admin. And have I missed out anybody? Yeah, all of you have told me about catering. I would really thank Rachel and Rachel's hospitality, Mr. Syed and his team. All of you have enjoyed food in the last few days. So I appreciate your inputs, and Mr. Syed from Rachel Hospitality has been instrumental in running the show, and all the everything, the furniture, and starting from furniture to the last bit of curd and rice. He's been responsible. I thank them. Have I left out anyone else, Ramya? Because she's the one who is handling everyone. She knows better. Yeah, so thank you all for coming. Wish you all a pleasant journey back home. Please have lunch. The audit, many of you have asked for the galleries. The galleries will be open from 2 o'clock to 15 onwards. We will be, I'll be helping you to, I'll be taking you around if you're interested in visiting the galleries. And any specialized lab tours, please coordinate directly with the supervisors, the PIs, if you're interested. If you want any specific ones, because I would not be able to coordinate everyone, but we will be taking you for the gallery visits. Unfortunately, the person in charge who can explain to you all of that is traveling right now, so it will be open. I'll explain whatever I know, but it's still an experience to see the galleries. So that will be open at 2:15 onwards, and please have lunch, and wish you all a pleasant journey back home. Anything else, taxis, your TA reimbursement, everything else, Ramya is still there. Ramya is not going anywhere. Please get it sorted out with her. Please return back all the feedback forms that you have been given. It's very important for us to write the report. Thank you all. Yeah. From the conference dining hall only we'll start. I'll tell you at that time that